Call the meeting to order for the Brookings County Commission for May 17th. Please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, invitation for a citizen to schedule time on the commission agenda for an item not listed. Okay, I don't see anybody. We'll move on to number 4, approval of the agenda. Look for a motion, or excuse me, no motion on that one. Any changes, any additions to the agenda?
I had a question on travel.
Okay. We'll move that. It's a consent agenda.
Okay.
We'll hold on to that. Anything else on the agenda? Hearing none, I'll declare the agenda approved. All right, consent agenda. I'd look for a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Discussion. Do you have a discussion?
I guess, Misty, I see you going to a training. Are you guys all riding in the county vehicle?
We'll be using the Travers because we have 4 people going.
Yeah.
They asked us to bring our own ATVs just because that's what we would be riding.
I was just looking at the miles and the estimated expense, but you're taking the county vehicle, correct?
Yes. Yep, we're taking 2 county vehicles. We'll be taking one of our pickups and a trailer with the ATVs and then the Travers.
Okay.
There's not enough room for 4 people in one pickup.
Right. Yep. You wouldn't have the miles
No.
on that plane then?
No, I'm
right?
sorry. I shouldn't have filled them out.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
All right. Okay, anything else for discussion? Anything on the consent agenda you want to take off? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the table to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Routine business, approval of claims. Look for a motion.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion on the claims. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, department head reports. Bob, would you like to get us started?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Rick Egerbrecht from Navita has contacted my office, and they had some questions about whether or not we would allow them to go ahead and start without the complete parking lots being surfaced, and we replied back that would be fine with us. You know, as soon as they can get in operation, it's fine. The main thing that we're interested in is the environmental and the test wells have been installed by BMU, and so a wind developer is going to be in later today. That's good news for us, and one that'll also come up in the budget discussions. We did attend the Homeland Security Conference last week. It was a very good conference. I sent my deputy out to Pierre to attend a mitigation workshop in Pierre. We had I went to Mitchell for a hazardous materials virtual tabletop exercise, which was good. It's going to it won't be the exact same thing, but it'll be a close match to what we're going to do Thursday here in Brookings on our hazardous materials crisis leadership class. We had a pandemic planning coordinating committee meeting on May 12th, and they did get their federal or state grant for next year, so they'll be doing some exercising that we can piggyback with. Sanford's got their big emergency management conference tomorrow and Thursday. I plan on going down tomorrow, and which is mostly emergency management stuff anyway. And then I'll be in my class on Thursday. And just for your information, since the LEPC is sponsoring or helping to sponsor that crisis leadership class, we will be serving meals. In case you hear about that, that's because we do have a local emergency planning committee meeting immediately after that class, and that is one of the things that particular state grant can be used for, is to feed people. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Next Tuesday, we've got essentials of community cybersecurity, 8 to noon. And then on Thursday in this room again, we've got another rapid tag class coming up to train people on the rapid tag. I am going to bring my staff up, and we are going to do the how-to sheet. We've been requested by a commissioner to do a how-to sheet and how to, in case the rapid tag equipment has to be used by someone besides us, and that will be completed after this class. This will be the third class that we've attended. Now we should know enough on how to use it to do the how-to sheet. Our draft budget is turned in. That should be a good roller coaster meeting. The Planning Commission, we are running into a slight problem with the Planning Commission. In the past year or two, it's been requested that we go home at 10 o'clock. And I realize most of the commissioners are rather new, but historically, it was always a badge of honor to go home like at 3 o'clock in the morning after a zoning meeting. Well, what this is going to entail is we will probably, for 2017, start requesting 2 meetings a month at a certain time. And it's just, people, they start to bring in the more, we are updating the zoning ordinances, and we got subcommittees on that, and we're trying to get the ordinance cleaned up where maybe we won't need as many variances or conditional uses, but we don't, that's an unknown right now. So something tells me the bottom line, we're going to end up having more zoning meetings in 2017 than we've had now. So just be aware of that. And I don't mind going home at 10 o'clock, trust me. Anytime I went home at 2 o'clock and I'd show up again at 8 o'clock the next morning, the secretaries would sit there with their eyes wide open, wonder how I could do it. And next up is our vehicle is about ready to be delivered. From what I understand, they're sitting in Minneapolis waiting to come. And I'm working with the weed department on that, and the highway, I believe, also has one. I have purchased a light bar, and the other item I need for it is going to be a topper for the back of it. And the reason I need the topper for the back is, if you looked at my Suburban now, you would see I've got barricades and all kinds of stuff in the back of it that I store. So I can't store that in an open bed pickup, so I'll have a topper on the back of mine. And the other thing is the markings on the side of the vehicle. I wanted to check with you to see, most of you have probably seen I've got an emergency management emblem, a big thing that says Brookings County Emergency Management on the side. Do you mind if I put those on the sides of the vehicle versus the little white Brookings County?
No, in fact, I think you should have that on your vehicle.
Yeah, they definitely won't mistake me for the sheriff's department if I put my emblems on there. And the truck will be red, and it'll have a light bar on it, and it'll have them big emblems on the side. And actually, in the rear of it, I'm going to put those yellow stripes like the fire. It'll probably look more like a fire department truck than it will a county truck, but that's all right. When I go out somewhere, and with the new truck, you'll also see me probably respond a little more, do response activities than I've been doing, because now I'll be able to have my hazardous material buckets and everything right there in the truck. So if I hear of an accident coming on the radio, I can go out and assist a lot faster than I could before. So I may not be in the office quite as much. The county development office on the planning side, it's coming along good. My deputy director's coming along good as I anticipated, and I can start breaking loose now and do more response activities, more emergency management stuff out. So I may not be in the office quite as much as I've been in the past, but all it takes is a phone call, and I can turn those red lights on and come back in town just as quick. And let's see, that's all I have. We do have subcommittees going on, as I stated. Commissioner Pierce, I'm sure we'll talk more in depth, but we do have 3 subcommittees working on the zoning ordinance update. The first one is agricultural. We are meeting tonight at 6:30 for the first time. The Lake Park subcommittee has met once before, and they are meeting again today, tomorrow afternoon. And then we've got a natural resource / commercial / lake, the floodplain ordinance subcommittee. And another reason I'm telling you about that is they're going to cost money to meet, obviously. So, and we don't know exactly how many more of these meetings we're going to have. So to request in the budget, but it's feasible by the end of this year, that line will have to be supplemented for salaries for the meetings that we have. I think I can cover most of the travel for these meetings out of my travel budget, but when it comes to the paying the board members to come in for a meeting, that comes out of the salary line, which is not under my control. Any questions?
Chair, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So when will you do the public input portion following these?
Thank you. That's an excellent point. The subcommittees are basically to get, what we've done is we've taken an ordinance from the first planning district recommendation that is a good formatted ordinance. My staff put all of our information into that formatted ordinance. Now, the subcommittee's jobs are to go through our ordinance, see what needs to be changed, and make recommendations in-house. And then those changes, once all three subcommittees are done, will go to First District, and he'll look at them. And First District did call yesterday and say, if any of my subcommittee chairpersons want First District down at their meetings, they'll be more than happy to come down and help them. Once all three of them's done, then we've got other parts of the ordinance that we're not going to have subcommittees. Like the joint jurisdiction is going to be the whole board working on it at once, and things like that. Once everything's drafted up, so the zoning board is comfortable with it, then we start having our public hearings to get the public input. And that's long before the county commission meetings are not even in the scope at this stage. Right now we're at the beginning stages. Then we're going to go to obviously the public meeting stages, which will be as many as required, and then we'll come to the county commission. So we will have several opportunities for the public to see what we're doing.
And those public meetings will be advertised, correct?
By all means, ma'am. Anytime you deal with zoning, you've got state regulations, South Dakota codified law that we have to abide by, and we happily abide by.
Just want to make sure all the commissioners are on board with this. But and I was the one that pushed the 10. We had one or two, three of them. I don't know if it was three, but we had, and I think maybe a bad decision was made. Fortunately, it worked out that it didn't make any difference because it didn't. And I think the commission was, Planning and Zoning Commission was just exhausted. And I always say, not a lot of good, told my teenagers, not a lot of good decisions get made too late in the night. And so I pushed for this, but they meet at 7 and they moved to 8, right?
It's based on the time change. When you got daylight savings time, it moves, and when it's winter time, it moves
and
back.
So really what you're saying is a 2-hour meeting, a 3-hour meeting, which possibly be better to say the length of time that it ends. But the other part of this is the public sitting there for hours on end. And I know that they're asking for something, but holy buckets, to sit there and sometimes just to move a building 5 feet to meet a variance, they've got to wade through a heavier issue. And I know sometimes we had things on the agenda that seemed, oh man, we'll cruise right through that. Well, we didn't. But I think if you can possibly, bunch the easy stuff either at the beginning of the meeting or a separate meeting and save the CAFOs for later or something. But I, for one, on behalf of the public and the staff, I don't mind having 2 meetings a month if the commissioners are willing, the planning and zoning members. I would always listen to them that they're willing to go a little later on those 8 o'clock starts. But I guess that's my opinion, and I don't mind spending the extra money to provide better service, I guess.
By all means, I agree with you. There's no argument on my department side. I'm just going by. I'm just letting my commission know the facts as I move on, so everyone's informed and on the same sheet of music. I am not arguing. I'm all in on whatever the decision's made.
My only concern about that, Bob, is this is the first I've heard of that, so I think maybe that hasn't been asked of the Planning and Zoning Commission yet, whether they would prefer to meet a little earlier or to come twice a month. I do think the commission should have some input into that.
By all means, and we have discussed it in the past. I don't know, maybe it was prior to your time,
Right.
but we have discussed other start times on the board, and it's just, when it comes to the mix of the board, which is always, some people work full-time, some people farm full-time, and some people are government officials. They all got different schedules. And we have discussed that in depth in the past about changing the meeting dates, like during the day and things like that, and it's always come back. By all means, we'll be more than happy to address it with the planning commission.
I know I'm on numerous boards that has farmers, and I'm guessing that that's the reason for your 8 o'clock start
By all
in the
means.
summertime is your farm. And you have numerous farmers on that board, as we do on the weed board and the extension board. So that's the reason we move our times.
Well, and then one thing to consider too is having the 2 meetings allows for plats and easements to be approved on a timelier basis rather than having to wait a month for the next one to come. And whether those are big discussions or not, sometimes they're not, but instead of having them wait an extra 2 weeks and then a commission meeting, you know, those things could do and they could be expedited, especially when we have a building season that's shortened because of weather. An extra 2 weeks sometimes for waiting for us to stamp a plat, it could be valuable. So I think that's something to think about too.
And with us having, with the decision of the commission to have the alternates, I think 2 meetings are feasible and can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris?
Good morning. Well, I'm going to be very brief again. Good news, I got 2 good newses, I guess. First one is our abstract has been submitted to Department of Revenue. The 16th was the deadline. I got that in way early, which is the culmination of our year's efforts, so that is a good thing. New appraiser will be starting next Monday, so our office will be fully staffed. Reed Squires from Elkton is the selected person to fill that position. I feel bad for him because on Tuesday, Jacob, Larry, and I are going to be traveling to our conference. So we are going to have a busy Monday getting him kind of represented to everybody and what he's got going on. I've already got some dates set up for him. I've got his workbook sitting there on his desk so he can start working on his certification process. So it's going to be a busy Monday. Probably not a lot done by me, but also just a note, you'll be getting the travel announcement or the travel request here. Jean, Melissa, Reed, and I are planning on attending a June 16th sales ratio workshop in Mitchell. For Reed, it's just good experience. For me, I'm required to do a workshop. I'm starting my recertification. For Jean and Melissa, it's a mandatory thing put on by Department of Revenue. So that's all I have at this time. So.
All right, thank you. Vicki?
Good morning. To give you an update from our office, Kristen and I from our office went to the workshop out in Pierre last week, and it was a great workshop. I think it's one of the best ones we've been to. We had, through Motor V, we did find out we're getting a whole new Motor V system again, which the last one was 8 years ago, and it won't be implemented for a couple years yet, but they are starting that. With this one, it was purchased through Indiana, and there's a lot of timeouts and a lot of waiting when it's busy, like over the noon hour. So they are having their own bit, their IT people writing a new program. So we will be getting that in the next couple of years. It'll probably be 2 years down the road. So that was the new thing with Motor V, and a lot of election webinars or workshop part, and it was all just very, very informative. So we did that. And also Jackie from our office went to the Motor V portion, so that was good for our office to have somebody that works with it daily to be there. And you should have received in your packet the surplus sale update from Jenna. And we are getting down on items. We got rid of the weed pickup. That got purchased and they picked it up. And we're down to some chairs, which I don't think would sell. They aren't very nice chairs or, you know, anything that probably anybody wants. The copier, that was the one in the finance office. It had a few issues. It isn't a terrible copier, but that one just didn't go either. So we will be looking for direction on how you want to proceed with these items.
Thoughts?
Vicki, the copier,
Yes.
was that hooked into our computer system?
Yes,
So has the hard drive been pulled
yes,
for that?
yeah. Sean does that with everything.
So there's no hard drive? in
No, no, he takes everything off of any copiers we have before they're ever sold.
I think maybe it should just go to the dump, to the electronic sections at the dump.
Yeah, I mean, we've tried, and that was all that's left, isn't it, Jenna? So we will dispose of it then according to what we have to do through the electronics portion and get rid of the chairs that way too.
Would the restore have any value for them
We could sure check with them.
if they wanted them?
Yeah, it's
Donate
sure
them to
worth a call to find out and see if they want it. So we will do that.
Okay.
Sounds good. And then you should have received in the packet the auditor or the finance officer's report. And there's be it noted items of the auditor's account with the treasurer, the payroll and additives total, the highway expenditure report, and the register of deeds statement of fees collected. And you probably noticed, but our surplus cash was up to 30.35% with the taxes we've received in. So we are climbing there. And one thing that I'll be discussing at a later date too, with the juvenile detention, we are getting more bills in. We are going to be over budget soon. So we will have to do a supplement into that. So that will be coming up in the weeks to come in one of the next meetings. So that is definitely, we're going to have to do something with that budget line. So just to give you a heads up on that. And also I put in your packet just showing you what we've received with credit cards for 2015 and 2016. And I also put in there just the month that we've had the online, what we've received. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, if anybody has any questions.
And these are the payments people made of their taxes with their credit card? Is that what this report?
There's also motor vehicle and taxes. The bottom one with online is only taxes, but the top two they can do with credit card for their motor vehicles too, motor vehicle and taxes. So that gives you a breakdown of what we've taken in. And I was going through paperwork today balancing, and we have credit cards. We probably had, I would say, a fourth to a fifth of our business yesterday with motor V and taxes we collected was with credit cards. So even with that convenience fee, people are using it. So that's a good thing to have available to the public. So any questions you have of our office? Okay, thank you.
Marty?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'll just be brief, hopefully.
Got about 5
If you have-
minutes.
What's that?
Got 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll be quicker than that.
All right.
Anyway, I handed out a sheet, and if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. The department's busy, just like probably every other department in the county. We've had some major traffic accidents, and nice weather brings speeding and some other things. We're going into through highway safety seatbelt campaign, click it or ticket, and so we'll have extra deputies out on the road enforcing those types of tickets. And that comes from a grant that I get every year. We get $30,000 for overtime so I can put deputies out to enforce seatbelts and speed. The other thing is that Bart and myself talked about our RFP, and then Bart and Stacy put their minds together, and I think Stacy probably did the bulk of it, but it looks pretty good to me, and then it's going to go to Abby next, so hopefully we'll get going on that. Other than that, if you have any questions.
Nice report form.
You like that one better? Okay.
Good. Any questions for Marty? All right, thanks, Sheriff.
Yep.
Okay, Misty, do you think I got a quick one there? Oh, Dick, I'll hold off for a little bit if that's okay. Thank you, because yours usually runs a little more than 3 minutes.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Good morning.
I will start off with good news. We've actually got out and been able to spray. The guys were out yesterday. Everything went pretty well. ATV crews got a handle on it. I think they're going to do a great job this year. They're mainly just spot spraying. Gary and Mike both got out. Gary's working in townships. Mike is working on the county roads. The weed enforcement officer, I'm having ride with Gary today for training just to see how things are done in the truck. I think he'll do fine. He's really willing to learn. It's nice to know that. Otherwise, so hopefully the weather will cooperate, wind and rain will stay away, and we can get our spraying done. We will be going out to Pier tomorrow for ATV certification, and they required you to stay overnight for the weed meeting the next day, and it just spray requirements, label information, weed identification, fire prevention, equipment maintenance, first aid. It's just a lump sum of information for new people. So I will be taking Liam, Delaney, Thomas, Toshido, and David Hines with me, and we'll all get certified on the ATVs because we're there. It'll also help us on our insurance premiums. So, any questions on that?
I guess I was going to ask Misty on ATV safety. Are they required to be wearing helmets when they're operating the ATVs?
They're there. When we're doing the state roads, yes, they are required to wear helmets. On the county roads, they're not required, but they're there for them to use. I push it, wear your helmets, safety first. It's their choice.
Yep. The reason I ask because I see the state GF&P people out spraying, and they all have helmets and
If
vests and
we're out
everything.
spraying on DOT roads, this was brought up last year, if we're out spraying on DOT roads and they're not wearing a helmet and somebody rides up on them, oh, you're not wearing a helmet, we lose all funding for the district, not just Brookings County, for the district, for our grant. So, and I don't think we need them headlines in the paper, so they will be wearing them on state roads, for sure.
I was at the Lake Campbell annual meeting on Sunday, and one of the questions I was asked was, what's the county doing as relates to mosquito control? Is there anything you can tell us about that?
As of right now, we're not going to be spraying. We need to discuss that further. If we do, my idea is to charge a flat rate for, I'm not sure exactly how much yet.
The weed board discussed it extensively, and until we know what we have for mosquitoes, there's no point in making any types of decisions yet. When we start hearing that we have the mosquitoes that carry West Nile, then we'll have to look at it.
There was a program given at the meeting in the city of Brookings, and I should remember his name, and I'm sorry I can't. The person that works with mosquito control came and talked to Lake Campbell Improvement Association, and he said that we have the highest per capita number of mosquitoes. Now, per capita, we're not so many people in the United States for West Nile, for the mosquitoes, the incidence of the mosquitoes. But what I said at the meeting then is accurate. I said, I do not believe we're spraying for mosquitoes, and that is correct.
That's right, we haven't.
We need to take into consideration, how can we spray the whole county?
We can't.
And the cost, if we were to have a plane come in and spray, I don't think we could afford it. I think it's going to be pretty spendy.
We can't afford to spray the whole county as it is.
Just to give you an idea, Aberdeen, every time the mosquito plane flies over just the city of Aberdeen, it's $55,000 per time. So just to keep that in mind.
I believe some of the small towns in the area do their own, correct?
They have
Yes,
their
they
own-
do.
They own their own misters. And, you know, the Zika virus is something else that we're watching very closely.
Yes.
And supposedly we don't have those mosquitoes here, but we'll see what happens. But with the new state, the permitting process is huge, and Gary was very afraid to spray at all because you get by water and that spray kills fish. We're not willing to take that chance. And so, you know, that's what the lake people are wanting us to spray, but I don't think we want to kill the fish. So,
No, we
Are you
don't.
taking more comments? Would you like to do the 9
I
o'clock
have the
hearing?
9 o'clock coming up here right now, so we'll go.
Hang on,
We'll
Mr.
have
Don't
further
leave.
discussion. So, all right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, it's 9 o'clock, and we have a scheduled public hearing on approving the renewal of a retail on and off sale malt beverage license for Corner Gas and Goodies of White, South Dakota for the 2016 and 17 licensing period. We will open it up to a public hearing. So all proponents, please come forward if you have any comments for the public. We did receive a letter from the owner of Gas and Goodies stating the things that she has done. Christina Luno, I think is how you say that. And she submitted she would not be able to be here, and then did do a statement, and that she does have an employee statement signed for all employees prior to this.
I would move to table this matter. And
Let me, I'm going to finish the public hearing, and
Oh,
then we'll
I'm
go
sorry.
for that stuff. No, that's okay. So, any other proponents? Okay, hearing none. Is there any opponents? Okay, any opponents? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and open discussion to the commission. Dan?
And I would move to table this matter until the applicant is able to come in front of us. The purpose of requiring a hearing, first of all, is to allow the public to have some input, but for us to have an opportunity to talk to the applicant. This is the second violation in less than 2 years. She says in her materials that she's unable to have people do the state educational program because of her turnover. And I did look at the Department of Revenue site. All of that's online. It's just an online program. It's not a big deal to do for training. It's not. I just think we need to have a conversation with her since this is a second offense and she's not here. And I would like to see her come and us have an opportunity to say a few things.
Okay, we got a motion to table. Is there a second? Is there a second? Got a second for discussion. Further discussion?
have to, while I hate to burden the business owner, I kind of have to agree. My first thought when I saw that she wasn't going to be here was, you know, how important is your business to you? How important is this license? I think probably it is quite important. And if that is the case, then I think that the effort needs to be made to attend and talk to us and see if maybe we can help her figure out a way to get this. I mean, just like that, that's online. I think they should be here.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to table? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Wyseth?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Jensen?
Aye.
Pierce?
Aye.
Krogman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do you want, I guess, Kristen maybe in the finance office to give her some upcoming meeting dates and try to just reschedule it when it works for her to come in?
Yeah.
I do know this license expires at the end of June. And this is not the last stop for this paperwork. This paperwork also has to go to the Department of Revenue and get approved, and then the license has to get back here to us and then to her. So we're working on a little bit of a shorter timeline, but, you know, we have the 2 meetings in June, so we'll see if one of those, if,
It would be in her best interest to come in quickly, sooner rather than later.
okay.
All right. Well, we've got a few more minutes here, so we'll move back on to department head reports. Did we want to pick up the mosquito?
Well, just a couple
discussion?
things. I appreciate the no, you can stay there and just get a comment, unless something gets your attention.
Do you have more you want to say?
Okay, come on up.
Come on
Come
up.
on up. But anyway, on the mosquito, my problem has always been, how do you spray the whole county? And
That's my question.
and then if you pick an area like a lake, no offense, but what about the quarter mile away, somebody else's place? And it just, to me, prevents, you don't want to give people false sense of security. You want them to use preventive measures on personal, but I don't, what's the cost of somebody getting ill, or the Zika virus if it happens to a pregnant lady, if it gets here? But it just seems like an impossible task and an unaffordable one. So I like the idea of charging, though. Is, say, a lake area wants to go together, well, that's how you separate the guy a quarter of a mile away. But I guess I would pay attention. Somebody, I've heard on the news that there's a lot of money coming out of Washington for this. And so if there is,
For Zika.
For Zika, yes.
for Zika,
That's only.
but there's now maybe, this is all news media stuff, so there's nothing scientific whatsoever, but is that maybe there's 2 mosquitoes and one of them is going to be up in this neck of the woods that has the possibility of carrying it. And obviously people are going to be exposed to it as much as they travel, and they're going to come here. Hopefully 99% of our mosquitoes will pick it up and do nothing with it, but I guess we should probably monitor that money, and along with the mosquitoes, with whoever monitors the Department of Health, I guess.
That's part of the problem.
Yes.
We are supposed to, by the new permitting process, we are supposed to have our own traps monitored by our own people. Well,
We
we do
can't.
not have the personnel to be able to do that. Because it used to be that SDSU did that for us, and it was wonderful, and really that is part of, that's what they do. So therein lies some of the problem. We do not, and those who are spraying now, I'm relatively confident that they're not checking traps.
No, I think you guys are on the right track, and that's all I have.
And with the mosquitoes, we need to take precaution ourselves. Light long sleeves, pants, mosquito spray with DEET in it. We've got to protect ourselves also. We can't just rely on the county to protect us. Because
Well,
we
if
just can't
people
do it.
spray their lawns,
Yeah.
we spray our lawns so that we can be outside and not get bit.
And one of the things that comes up, though, Vicki alerted this to us, is that we cannot compete against a private spraying company. And
Private
so-
applicators.
Private applicators, and that came up in our audit. And so maybe one of the ways to handle it is if you would like it done, here's some people that privately could do it done for you if you wanted to.
I don't think we have private applicators for mosquitoes.
Okay, well, if we don't, then we don't have the problem of competing against anybody. But if there are, we need to make sure that, and we're not competing that. Vicki, if you'd like to comment on that at all, but.
Yeah, and we probably don't, but we just have to make sure we don't, because we can't be competing against any local vendors at all.
Right.
Doing that.
We've already had that discussion at
Right,
board.
and that was more weed spray than mosquito, but, still check it out to make sure, so.
Would it be of any benefit, the gentleman that spoke to us on Sunday had a nice handout on those personal responsibility things that you can do, emptying out containers, wearing long sleeves, the things that Misty just said. Would there be any benefit if the city has, I think that's their handout, had no objection to putting that on our website for people that are looking for what we're saying about mosquitoes? I'll get a copy of that to Stacy, and maybe you could check with the city and see if they'd care if we also post that. That'd be acceptable.
Sounds good. Okay. Yet another.
I had one more thing, bad news. I had to go I needed to go buy a sidekick injection pump and computer for the brown Ford. The pump does not work anymore at all. Two of the pumps that are on the back of that 1-ton brown Ford, they're shot. So I ended up spending $6,240 on a new chemical pump and a computer. They don't even make replacement parts for the computer in the brown Ford. It's obsolete. So just a heads up on that.
Do you have you were discussing your budget for this next year coming up. Do you have the computer replacements? You were talking about computer updates and those?
Oh, for the AgTerra, or for the data logger computers, yes.
you have
They
that in
are
your
in the
budget.
budget.
Okay,
That is
good.
correct.
All right, any more
That's all I
questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we're a few minutes away. I think we can jump ahead if that's okay to do our 9:15, and then we'll move on from there since Heidi's here. So we'll do for our 9:15 schedule item update for the 211 program by the United Way Executive Director Heidi Gullickson. So thanks for coming in, Heidi.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Heidi Gullickson with United Way, and just wanted to take a couple minutes today to update you on the information we received from the Helpline Center about the 211 service in 2015. So if you may remember, we kicked it off on National 211 Day, so February 11th of 2015, and through the Helpline Center, they're able to take all of the calls for South Dakota. So we were able just to contract with them so we didn't have to try to reinvent the wheel. And you can see here that they have been able to track 750 online searches. So when people are looking for information for Brookings County, they have a couple different ways to get that information. They can do an online search, they can call, and now they've added the texting option. And so pretty much for 2015, we just had the online search and the phone calls. So when I say that they searched online, they went to the helpcenter.org website, and then they can do a couple ways of different searches, but they're able to bring up all of Brookings County information. We had 562 phone calls, so that again is somebody from Brookings County calling in. The first thing that they ask you when they answer the phone down there is what zip code are you calling from? And so that's how they track and how they are able to know what resources to pull up. We also had 42 suicide-related calls coming from Brookings County down to the Helpline Center. The Helpline Center is the one place that all of the suicide prevention hotline numbers go to, and so those operators down there that are there 24/7, 365 days a year, they are prepared to answer any type of phone call. So if it's a crisis situation, a suicide-related call coming in, to just an information or referral call, they're ready for it. And then the age range of callers, we had folks calling from age 11 up to age 95. And so I was glad to see that the message is getting out to a wide range. And then 75% of them callers were female and 25% of them were male. And then the pie chart kind of shows what types of calls were coming in. And so the largest piece of the pie there, just about 48%, that was what they would consider a referral. So the person knew what type of information they were looking for, they just didn't know where to find it. And so they were able to call in and maybe ask about food insecurity in Brookings County. So then the operators were able to give them those resources. And then information would be based on if somebody wasn't quite sure what they were looking for. They were able to call in and say, I need, what do I do with this situation? Then they're able to give them that. Or maybe even just, I'm looking for the phone number for such and such, or what are the hours for such and such. That would be considered an information call. And then just about 10% of the calls are what they classify as listening and support. And that is where the person calling in didn't ask for anything specific, but the operators were able to kind of talk them through whatever situation they were going through, be able to kind of see if they were looking for information. Most of these kind of phone calls come out in like late night, middle of the night kind of calls. Maybe somebody's just, you can't sleep, you're not sure what to do. They call in, they're there to kind of just listen and support and find out if they can help in any way. Then just about 4% were our crisis calls coming in from the county, and then 5% again for kind of admin or other kind of calls. And then they are able to break it down of what kind of calls are coming in. So you can see they classify it in like 10, 11 different sections. Our largest one being basic needs. So they're talking about, food resources, housing, transportation, utilities. So maybe my utilities are going to get cut off tomorrow. I need some help. Those kind of calls would fall under the basic needs. And then the next one is the organizational, community, and international services. And so that's more about like the community. That was where disaster response would come in. Maybe I have some things I want to donate. Where can I do that? That can go for good. The next one, largest one, was in the mental health issues and substance abuse. And so just about 100 calls came in that. And so maybe it's, calling for themselves or calling for a family member, but people searching out resources in that area. So those were the top 3 areas, and you can see the other ones there as well. But quite a wide variety of different kind of calls come in down to the Helpline Center. And they've been a great partner with us. They also then give us a report back of what were the unmet needs in the county. And so we are working through those right now, reaching out to some of our partner agencies and some other organizations in the county to say, do you guys provide anything that would fit this? Or we're trying to find if those resources are out there and we just didn't have them listed, or if they're truly not being offered in the county, and what are some other options. So be happy to take any questions that you guys might have about the Helpline Center or their 211 program.
Where are we lacking? What types of unmet needs were talked about?
They ranged anything from someone was looking for a Gamblers Anonymous program to the largest one that we saw was homes, housing situations. Somebody looking for, a homeless shelter, or, they needed temporary housing for their situation. And that was, I would say, out of the 2 pages of unmet needs, that was probably half a page worth, or a full page worth.
When you kick this off, you do a wonderful job. Of course, marketing's right up your alley. But have you noticed an increase due to word of mouth, or is it decreased after some time has gone away from the kickoff? What's your trend line of usage?
It's been pretty consistent. I believe January was pretty high, and so I think you can kind of relate that to being the weather. And utilities are a bigger issue in January, and those types of things, and transportation's a bigger issue in those months. But we typically run about 50, 60 calls a month. So, you may dip down a little bit, and then you'll see it come back up again. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a cycle that we'll be able to see a trend there. We're also in July kicking off another program through the Helpline Center for Brookings County, and that'll be the Volunteer Connections. And so right now, if you call into 211 and say, where can I volunteer, they'll have a little bit of a database if someone who put their information in said, volunteers. But we'll have a part-time Helpline Center employee who will be able to focus on working with volunteering in Brookings County and helping those nonprofits find the folks and helping individuals get plugged in. So I think that, too, will help get the word out about 211 and the Helpline Center and all that it has to offer for us.
Any other questions for Heidi? All right, thank you.
Well,
Appreciate
thank you
the
guys for your
report.
support, and make sure you call 211.
Thanks, Heidi. All right, we'll go back to department head reports. And Dick, do you want to come on up and give us the highway department report?
Good morning.
Morning.
First of all, we've been busy getting our spring work going, and we're also kind of coordinating future projects at the same time. Tomorrow, I'll be getting temporary easement signed for the 3 box culvert projects that'll be going in this summer, and I'll take Jeff with me and we'll take care of the formalities. It's also something that needs to be done by the time the contractor starts or gets on site, and that should be the last week in July or early in August. Bose has completed all the milling and started the overlay projects. I shouldn't say projects, I should say project. And weather permitting, they should be done by the end of the week without too much problem. And that'll be a good addition to our system. Graves Construction, if you didn't receive the notice from the DOT, was awarded the bridge contract north of Bruce, and they will be based out of Spencer, Iowa. And that bridge came in at $2.2 million. And that also includes, though, that small box culvert that will be a quarter of a mile north of the river bridge. So until the DOT schedules a pre-construction meeting, I won't have any idea of when their timeline is or what they're anticipating, how they'll go about the work. So in the future, I'll keep you in the loop and make sure that we make the public aware of when that should take place. Another thing this week, we went over and mowed the lot in Sinai. I guess one thing that is a little bit of a problem with that, with our mowers, are not probably the most advantageous to be using in a residential area. But we'll take care of it until need be, but just so if you happen to get a call of a window broke a block and a half away or something, you'll realize it's some pretty hefty stuff. I think I talked to the mayor and he feels that it's good enough. I mean, we thought we did the best we could, but that's just food for thought. Then the bridge update south of White, talked to 3 contractors on their thoughts and completion dates. On a November 1st deadline, 2 said absolutely not, 1 said maybe. And basically, the maybe, I suppose if things had come out right, they would accept it and shoot for that date. Also, all this information I'm giving you will not change the bid opening date, it will not change the process. It's just for the board to make the decision or give me direction on how to inform Banner and writing up the documents. Right now, it's written that they'll have 2 options to bid, and the bid one will be, or A, will be November 1st completion date, and bid B will be a June 1st completion date. Okay, and out of all those 3, they said they would bid on the June 1st completion date. However, one thing that we need to keep in mind with the June 1st completion date is this structure will have an 8 to 9 week window of time to complete the project. So if you want a June 1st completion date, you're going to be looking at probably the 3rd week in March, at the very latest, the last week in March, to be getting started. In a good year like this year, it wouldn't be a problem, but that's to keep in the back of our minds. The other thing that they're all very well aware of is liquidated damages. I mean, if they can't get started till, mid to late April, and they're looking at $750 a day liquidated damages, they'll probably want to factor that somewhat into their bid. But the other thing with that time frame, 8 to 9 weeks is ideal weather, not one interruption, not one weather-related stop of work. The other thing that they asked indirectly was if they stay with that June 1st deadline, would they be able to tear out the old bridge in the winter, so as soon as weather permits, they'd be able to start construction. I told them I won't give you an answer to that. I'll get direction from the board, because the heat will take, if they start the end of November or even the beginning of November and then weather interrupts them, that means there will be no structure, there'll be nothing going on all winter, and that's awful hard to explain to the traveling public that there isn't even a piece of equipment out there. What the hell are they doing? What in the world are they doing? But that's what their impression is going to be. And so we need to tread lightly on that. I wanted to give you a little bit of time. We've got a week or two till we have to decide, but that's one thing that they had concerns about. And they certainly would enjoy the ability to tear it out, but it's going to be not very well accepted. Then the bridge, well, I told you about the 8 weeks. They will be looking at taking a look at with liquidated damages. I think there's 2 ways we could maybe address that and make them feel a little bit at ease. But you know, even July 1st is not an overly generous window of time, because you're looking at probably the most likely time of the year to be looking at moisture when this project would get started. So if it would be all right with the board, I'd like to just kind of leave this topic for right now, think about it, and when we go into the budget and the 5-year plan and the strategic planning, then let's maybe share on that and see what would be a better way to go. So with that, the other thing, yesterday we burned the pile of brush that was south on Highway 77, and an enormous thank you to Fire Chief Hartman and Pete, and they had their equipment and we provided some help, and I think it's going to be a good eyesore to have gone. The bridge information, I think again we'll discuss as part of the 5-year plan. A gentleman by the name of Steve Divergent with Sioux Valley Energy has been running into some difficulties up on Highway 38 in determining the exact right-of-way for along that road, and they're going to be doing a project along that road. It's not kind of unique to Brookings County. They're running into this all over the place, and what he was just curious as if there was some other guideline or rule of thumb that we could use to give a more unique or uniform determination of right-of-way. Again, I shared with him, I'm not a best resource for that. I says, basically, if it's anything over 66 feet, it would have to be recorded or bought or something. And if it's not recorded, I don't know if you could consider it very legit. But he's looking at something like, for example, in Moody County, they go by the fence line. Well, that's probably not my first choice. So anyway, that's another thing that it might come up later, would be my guess, that they're going to either explain where their location of the poles will be if they can't find additional right-of-way. And that might mean right in the bottom of our ditch type of thing. So that's something we would have to discuss, or in the approval process, whether we do want their poles there or not. 468th Avenue, I've sent all the cost estimates to Ted Herder, and he will be following up with me, and I will get with him to make sure he's got any information or all the information he needs for the grant to proceed, and that will be a July 15th deadline. And then on the bridge grants, you asked for the rankings and whatever, and Doug sent that out. It might also be a better time during the strategic plan and the open discussion during the budget that we look at those more closely. And then the only other thing I have that was coming up, the gentleman coming from the wind energy, like Bob mentioned, again, that'll give us a first step in the door or foot in the door description of what that project will involve. And obviously it'll involve our roads to a big extent, and we'll want to, kind of think about what rules and regulations that maybe he'll suggest we consider. And that's probably the most general I could make it. It's better that he explain it than me. So if you have any other questions.
I guess, Dick, the only question I got on that option B with that bridge south of White, is it the Pico Shiner issue gonna?
It is.
I mean, because
Yeah.
that'd be right in the middle of the window there.
Yeah, well, what that'll add to is at that time of the year, they'll have to have at very least a bypass way, and I don't think it'll be bad as the one up off 8 where they had to chase the little shiners across the road, but
But
it
I mean,
will be.
Yeah, because their completion date, they wouldn't be able to redo anything in the channel till after October 1st, right?
That, I think, is determined on the Corps of Engineers guidance on that. And all I know is we've got our permit, so I didn't look at the specifics on dealing with that.
Yeah.
But I know with Game Fish and Parks on the wildlife side, that would be the case,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Will Dick be back up here after our public hearing? I have a couple of questions.
Sure, we can do that. You bet.
Yeah.
All right, we have 9:30 scheduled. Thank you, Dick. All right, schedule agenda item, letter C, 9:30, presentation, discussion, and possible action on allowing the use of discretionary formula for the former White Care Center property in White, South Dakota. Gentlemen, come on up. We have Terry White, Mayor of White, and, Terry Wright, Mayor of White, and Randy Hansen, Managing Member of Investment Group. So, come on. Sorry, I butchered that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
my law partner is the attorney for the city of White. I'm going to make that disclosure. I'm not sure that I have a conflict of interest, and I'm not going to recuse myself, but if somebody sees that that's an issue, I'll do that. But I just wanted to make a public disclosure of that.
Okay.
Thank
Sounds good. Yes.
I'll have some follow-up information with this as well, some information that's come to light, which Randy's, I've let him know about it, so I don't think there's going to be an issue, but we'll cross that bridge when he gives his presentation and I can speak, so.
Okay, we'll have a lot of input. We'll rely on Abby also for some input and stuff too, so. But we'll get started with the presentation first from Terry and Randy, and go ahead and announce your names and who you're with, and we'll go ahead.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for seeing us here today. So I want to just address the county commissioners and ask that you consider a discretionary formula for an investment group. My name is Randy Hansen. I'm the managing member of an investment group called Dedicated Investment Group that is looking at restoring the old White Care Center in the city of White to turn it into something very fantastic for the city of White. And because it is in White, and because the amount of investment that is going to take to repurpose that facility, the pro forma really calls for a discretionary formula. And I think after talking to Chris, and I would love for you guys to ask Chris his opinion, that I think it would be a good use of a discretionary formula for that facility. And so that's why I'm here.
Yeah, and I'm Terry Wright. I'm here on behalf of the City Council, the Mayor of White, and we purchased this facility from Tealwood Incorporated when they were going to close down the operating care center. Purchased it mainly in part because we were hoping we would have been able to continue as a care facility originally, but we had like a 30-day notice from the time they were going to lock the doors, and before we could come up with all the permits through the state and get money investments lined up to pay for the facility, it was just unable to make it happen. So after that, we decided to seek out opportunities on what we could do with the facility other than just have another abandoned building or try to find something to do with the property. And that was when Randy approached the city. So that's where we're at today.
So as far as presentation, we wrote a letter and we sent it to you requesting that you consider a discretionary formula. And we put in there the 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 formula. Because at that time, what I knew of it was, I thought it was a commercial, considered a commercial property, and that's what it would be. Now, Chris has since looked deeper into this topic and may have a suggestion differently than that. So if you have questions for us at this time, we would entertain those, or if you want to hear Chris's opinion on the matter, that might be appropriate also.
For the public, could you go into what you're planning on doing and what is all entailed to this, and you know, what improvements you're going to make, how it's going to be done, and what it's going to turn into?
Oh,
Could
sure.
you give us a little bit of, I mean, you've sent some of that stuff in the packet, but may not everybody understand what you're going to be doing with this property.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically, there you go. I did send some plans with the letter, and the main structure is going to remain as far as all the exterior walls, but that's about where it stops, because the interior, almost everything is touched. And so there's going to be approximately 14 single-family apartments. There's going to be a daycare, a women's salon, a workout center, a laundry facility. And when I mention all these, they are open to the public of White and to the tenants in the apartments. And then there's going to be a restaurant component and an office space. And we've also taken the Brookings Health Systems clinic that currently is in the facility, and they want to remain there, but we're going to remodel their space and have them have a new space that they've approved, and they're really excited to be in this new space. There's some common corridors and public restrooms, some storage units inside for the apartment tenants, and then on the outside we're going to have a new garage structure. So each of the tenants will have a garage space, plus I think there's 2 extras for rent. If someone wants 2 spaces, they can, or if someone from town wants a couple of spaces, they can. So the exterior of the building, there's some minor work that needs to be done. In the future, we want to go ahead and do a facelift on that rocky structure that's on the outside. My architect doesn't like it at all, but I told her we don't have the money to do everything all at once, but eventually that'll even be touched up. So there'll be a separate entrance for the restaurant, one for the daycare, and one for that office space, one for the clinic, and entrance in the back for the apartments. So it's substantial. We're predicting or estimating about 1.4 million upgrades inside and the garages.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, absolutely. And then this would be a private development. This would be all managed by the developers, the owners, and the city of White then would have nothing involved with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We have a purchase agreement, and part of it is pending the discretionary formula here, that would eventually sell the building before construction starts like in the fall of this year, to the development group. And so then the city would be out of it, out of owning the building. And then there's a professional management company that has an agreement. It's Mills Property Management, and they already manage some property just to the south of it. And so they would manage the entire property and the tenants and all that stuff.
Okay.
So.
All right, good. Questions or anything for these gentlemen? Then we'll turn it over to Chris and get some input from Chris. All right, you guys can hang tight and we'll keep
Okay,
going.
thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Just Chris will jump up.
All right. First and foremost, apologize for stirring this all up, but timing of things and the way it all shook out. Randy was in our office on a Friday, and I don't remember the date. It was right after the last council meeting, asking about this, and we kind of told him at that time, discretionary is off the table. It doesn't qualify per the law, per our resolutions, things like that, other than they're going to build some storage garages there that would qualify, any new structures. That was on Friday. On Monday, and I told him, I said, it has been done once before. Get a request from the city to ask you folks to make a decision on whether it would be allowed or not, which the city did on a Monday night, and on Tuesday, got the notification that they'd met and they were going to request to meet with you folks. So I got in touch with Ryan and Stacy and Abby, and from there now it's kind of developed. It was already put on the docket for you to look at. What I came across is there's a little bit of conflict in the way the law is written versus our resolution that the county has adopted in the past. The law says discretionary formula for reduced taxation of new structures and addition, partially constructed structures, and that's kind of where our resolution follows. It says you are allowed for new construction and additions, and it stops. The law continues to go on to say, pursuant to 10.635, 1, 35.2.1, 35.2.2. Researching that, I've provided you with that. The 35.2.2 says that a new industrial or commercial structures, additions, renovations, or reconstruction, specifically classified, is allowed pending the local municipality dedicating that according to 11.8.4. Now we go into another chapter. What I'm determining and what Abby has looked at with me is, as long as the city of White determines this property an urban renewal project or a urban renewal area, they designate that, then everything falls into place. The issue then comes back to our resolution, again saying, for 5 years following construction, all new commercial, non-residential structures or additions to existing structures which have a value of $30,000 or more are granted. And there's also one for commercial residential structures, and that's what Randy addressed. It's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 for commercial, but where they're going to have apartments in here, and that's what he put in his presentation request. I said, we'll make that determination after it's complete, and we're going to do a percentage, because we have a commercial residential at 25, 50, 75, 100. So our office will have to split the square footage value out, apply 25, 50, 75 for apartments, 20, 40, 60, 80 for anything else. And we'll handle that. That's not an issue at all. So talking with Abby, based on a resolution, which is what I was taught, which I knew, which is in the law, it just didn't expound in the resolution. I think the intent of the law is to allow for this. It's obviously stated in there. My office's position now is that we don't have any issue with this. I don't think the board really needs to take action on it. I think the city of White, with Abby's guidance, kind of at their next meeting, needs to designate this in their minutes as a urban renewal project. Once that's done, and I get a copy of those minutes to keep in a file with that, when this project is completed and we value it, we will go ahead and start that discretionary formula on that for them, unless the board has any other intentions with it. I've also, which I didn't get put in your packet, I'll get that to you at a later time. Abby recommended that I do some draft resolutions to update these to include that verbiage, and I've got them produced. I didn't give them to you guys yet. I'll get that to you. Basically taking out that verbiage and just saying, if you build a commercial building, when it's done for the next 5 years, pursuant to Chapter 10.6, you get 20, 40, 60, 80. And if you're commercial residential, and when you're done for the next 5 years, pursuant to Chapter 10-6, you're good. So if they do any revamping or anything like that in the future to the chapter, it's automatically there. It's for my office to go through and interpolate what is covered, what is not per the state law. So kind of cleans it up a little bit, and it doesn't, and that's the only flaw that I had with it is we have a resolution and I found a law, and they don't exactly correlate. But as Abby, and maybe she wants to speak on this, she says the resolution is more of a guideline. This is how we do it. It's not really law, and the law says, so I don't think there's an issue at this point, but in the 2 days that I had to look at it when we had the answer and got it put on, to get it on your agenda, now everything has come to light after that, so.
Abby, would you like to comment?
I would just add, I agree with everything Chris says. We've talked about this in detail. For the board's purposes, I would not think it's necessary to take action today. I would let White go back and make their designation according to the statute, let us fix the resolution, bring that before you, and by the time that the building's constructed and it comes around for tax purposes, then our resolutions will be on par with state law. So according to state law, we can proceed. We just need to update the resolutions to add a little clarity.
Okay, I have a question for you then. How would this affect us moving forward if another project like this were to come up? The other thing about it is the city of White's involved here. What if there's a project that a city's not involved? What if it's a private developer that says, I want to, I have a large building here and I want to totally, completely re-gut it, but I want to leave the footprint where it's at, similar to what was passed a while back. How does that change moving forward?
I can kind of touch on that just because I've researched that a little bit more. And when I spoke with you, I said, this project at the beginning, there's 99 positives to this project going forward. There's one negative, and it's that every person out there that does a remodel could come before you and say, hey, we would like you to override your resolution. After reading it, it's up to the local municipality. They have to designate that, which is what was done with the mall when we gave the South Mall discretionary formula. Basically said, nope, it's not allowed, it's not allowed. It went to the Brookings City. Now, I think we missed a couple of things with them dedicating that, but we didn't know. And that's been quite a while ago. That's the only negative of it. Now, with the way the laws are written, what I read is it throws it back to Brookings City, throws it back to White City, throws it back to a township. If they want to take the time and they're in favor of it and they designate it, it's just my job to value it and apply it.
Mr. Chair, I have to say that if we're looking for economic development, which heavenly days, I hope that's what we're looking for in our county because that gives us growth, then even if we are setting a precedence, bring it on, people. Let's do this economic development portion. I mean, this is wonderful for the city of White and eventually will be good for us as well. And so I think that if we can encourage our developers to do things like this, I think that's exactly what we need to be doing.
Well, when I first got this, a great idea, and I'm all behind it. But a person that's done 3 major remodeling projects in my life, I never got a discretionary formula, so that is in the back of my mind. That where's my cut? But well, the other thing, I, of course, have 2 points. Is one, I saw the urban. I looked at the laws you sent. And of course, right away, I went looking for the loopholes, and the urban renewal is one. But I didn't want to call White a slum or a blighted area, and that is our legislature needs to change that because tomorrow some of us are meeting with the USDA on rural development. And the whole idea is to provide rural development, not because they're blighted or slum, but due to the changing demographics of rural society.
Abby and I discussed that this morning, and I think that slum and blighted area, I think this gets utilized more in the metro areas like Sioux Falls, where they come in and they say 6 blocks by 6 block area that are run down, it's your high crime. We're going to designate this, and that opens the door for developers to come in, purchase the property, and know they fall under these guidelines for redevelopment. I think the intent is there, and at first, that's kind of what I told Randy. I said, from my office's position, I am not going to support or not support. Personally, I think it's a great idea. It is, and that's the intent. That's why I was going to throw it back to you folks to kind of go against your own resolution. Now, after researching and finding the laws, I can honestly say my office supports this and will comply with it.
Yeah, I just thought maybe it was a Sioux Falls legislator law, but
probably is.
It needs to be broadened for the real nature of South Dakota.
And I'm actually going to be going to conference and meeting with Department of Revenue this next week, and I will bring that up and see We've got a forms committee that can make requests to them to update that and do that, and I'll bring that up with Mike Howdyshell.
I have a question. I guess somewhere in all the readings here and some other stuff I was digging around, is it the discretion? Let's say you have a building, and of course you pay $100,000 for it. Is that okay? And you put 400 in. Discretionary is on the 400 or the 500?
It should be on the 400.
Okay, so there's a base.
There will be a base, and we've discussed that in our office, and where that base is, with a renovation, I think we're going to have to basically make a good faith effort on that because there's already a value there. And we're going to have to go into our CAMA system and remove all of that interior finish, all of those commercial uses, and strip it down to a structure value, 4 walls, roof, floor. That becomes our base. The improvements then, as long as it exceeds $30,000 after that point, anything from that point going forward would be applied the discretionary formula.
That makes sense, but I was wondering if I thought I read somewhere in there that
It can't
you
be
go
less-
by the tax.
Yeah, there's one that it says that when it's done, it cannot be less than the preceding year. In this case, on any of these major renovations, I don't think that's going to be the case. But we'll play it by ear, and that would come in, and we do that all the time. We don't take growth, and that's the way it's handled. If you have a building that's 80% complete and it's at $80,000, we don't apply the discretionary formula. The next year, when it's done and it's $140,000 of value, and you're going to go at 20%, we've already taken that growth up to the $80,000. We don't take growth again. We chart that off. And we don't take growth until that discretionary formula exceeds that initial $80,000, and that's the interpretation of the law. So it's all in the growth and when we can get it and how much we get.
Well, you guys work out the legal details. I think everybody's all for it. I am anyway.
Yeah. Like I said, I apologize if the time constraints to get this to you. Had I had a little more time to research it and do that, we may not have even been here. We might have just handled it in-house and been done, but I still think it needed to be addressed with the resolution. So,
It needed to come in front of us.
yeah.
And the only reason I asked the question was what concerns me is a city or the municipality having to make it an urban renewal project. Like, for example, with the mall, how do you make that a blighted or a slum? I mean, it's not. It's a thriving retail place, and now they're stuck there. Right. Where if the city just says, we're not going to make this for this person, and I would like to see it not necessarily on a blighted slum area, but the amount of investment into it. For example,
and that's
if somebody had a $2 million building and they're going to put $1 million into it, could they qualify for discretionary formula because the amount of investment that they're putting back into it, which has a lot of, it's an incentive for that person to invest in that and put that and update a building, and it doesn't necessarily blighted or a slum, but it's an investment in our community, and it's a large investment. Whether you take the value of the property and they put 50% of the value of the property into it, they might qualify for a discretionary formula. Something to that aspect of it there too. So that would open it up to private companies or developers
I think you folks would have some pretty good pull to make that move to the legislators to get this kind of updated. Even the $30,000 is antiquated at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the $10,000 for ag buildings is antiquated at this point. There isn't a grain bin out there that doesn't qualify for discretionary formula.
Right.
So they're a little bit dated, and that's what I'd mentioned to you is maybe some other qualifiers. But the only thing the law does give the commissioners the ability to do is set that percentage.
Okay.
That's what it does. So I will bring it up on my end, and it's something that you as commissioners could bring up probably at your meetings to say, let's look at these discretionary formulas, and they're great, but maybe let's set some additional qualifiers.
Okay. So basically, Abby, right now, we don't need to do anything. We'll wait for this city of White to act on their portion, and then as soon as they do, it falls in, and you can handle it from there.
Yep.
And I think probably by our next meeting, Chris and I will have something put together to revise our resolutions for the board's approval.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good job, gentlemen, rock on.
Any comments? Okay, thanks a lot.
Appreciate your time.
All right. Let's see here. 9:55 here. We got a couple minutes left before our next scheduled agenda items, so I will move on to regular business. Number 8, letter A, action to approve the renewals of retail on and off sale malt beverage licenses and retail on and off sale South Dakota farm wine licenses for the 2016-17 licensing period. For number 1, the Boathouse at ABR, Brookings Country Club, Danceland Campground, Madera Creek Golf Club, Meadow Creek, sorry, RJ's Gas Stop, Skyview Junction, Smokin's Pub and Grub, and West Oak Pub.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Just a quick question. Is Shade Vineyard, should they be? No.
These are just the renewals. These did not have any violations in that last licensing
Right.
year.
But I mean,
so
I just thought Shade had a license for the wine part, for on sale, but maybe not. Just
Not
don't want to
through us.
overlook, Jim.
Yeah, not through us.
Oh,
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, letter B, action to rescind Agreement 16-29, a joint powers agreement between the Brookings County and the South Dakota DOT for weed spraying services. Look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a
Second.
Second. Okay, discussion.
The reason we're doing this is that we had to bid under the $25,000 level, and our weed supervisor bid $25,000. And if we'd have bid $24,999, it wouldn't have been a problem. So we're rescinding that one and rebidding for the DOT spraying.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, letter C, action to approve Agreement 16-38, a State of South Dakota Department of Transportation Joint Powers Agreement for weed spraying services for Brookings County.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
This is the new agreement for under $25,000.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, letter D, an action to approve Agreement 16-39, an application for occupancy of county right-of-way made by Sioux Valley Energy.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, please call the roll.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Letter E, action to approve Resolution 16-16, a plat of Lot 1 of Wills Edition, southeast quarter of Section 12, Township 109 North, Range 52 West of the 5th Prime Meridian, Brookings County, South Dakota. Look for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Is there any discussion? Was this one joint approval on the zoning, or?
This passed through planning and zoning.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Miller,
Aye.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, letter F, action to approve Resolution 16-17, a plat of lots 1 and 2 of Risty Edition in the southwest quarter of Section 8, Township 109 North, Range 52 West of the 5th Prime Meridian, Brookings County, South Dakota.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, any discussion?
Again, this passed planning and zoning.
Please call the roll.
Jensen,
Aye.
Pierce,
Aye.
Wyseth,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Krogman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, we have a 10 o'clock scheduled agenda item, drug court program presentation. So Abby's going to get started on this for us.
Sean, could you come out and help get us set up, please?
Good morning. Well, thank you for having us. You guys had requested some more information on the Brookings County Drug Court, and we have since completed our training in April, so we thought now would be an appropriate time to come and just give an overview of what the drug court program is going to be about. I'm just going to start by introducing our team. We've got a brief PowerPoint. I think everybody will just contribute some comments as we go through, and then if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those during or at the end or however you prefer. So I will just start this way and work my way across. So Jan Lawrence is the current drug court coordinator for really all of the drug courts in our circuit, but eventually we will be hiring our own drug court for Brookings and Beadle County, and then we will lose Jan to Coddington. So she's helping us get underway now, but she won't be our permanent coordinator. Jared Gass is the defense attorney that will be working on the drug court team. Lieutenant Derek Powers with the Brookings Police Department. Magistrate Judge Chris Giles is our judge. Christina Fosek from Lutheran Social Services is our treatment provider. Kisa Opp, a court service officer who will be, as of June, will be our primary probation officer for the drug court team, and then Deputy Darren DeYoung with the Brookings County Sheriff's Office. So I will just begin and let everybody kind of chime in as they wish. So just to provide you a little background, and everyone may be somewhat familiar with why drug courts are starting around the state, but basically, and I don't want to read all of this to you guys, but essentially there's been a change with the trend that we've seen in drug crimes, right? We've seen certainly in the 80s an epidemic that began with crack cocaine, and it's only continued to expand. And what we saw was an increase in the jail populations and who we were putting in prison. And that continued into the 90s. There was a prediction that that would only continue to go on with really the threat of cocaine expanding in the U.S. and then domestic meth production also increasing. And then our drug trafficking organizations and cartels throughout Mexico and Asia continuing to infiltrate the U.S. And as we know, drug abuse affects many facets of society. I've listed them all out there. I think everybody's pretty well aware of that. And so some of the response that we saw was then they looked at redefining the codes, redefining the laws, redefining the penalties, and that although may be effective in terms of putting more people in jail, that's all they really saw. They weren't curing the situation. They weren't treating the issue. And so in 1989, Miami and Dade County, Florida, was the first entity to create a drug court. And they became the model for all the other states that have since done that in the country. And the goals were to reduce recidivism, reduce substance abuse among participants, and rehabilitate participants. And there's 10 key components. I won't read through them all now for you, but this is really the 10 key goals or guidelines that we all have to abide by in the drug court system. It's really what guides us and how it's the overarching ideals that we aim to meet throughout that. And I think as we talk about the other slides, these will become apparent. We'll discuss them in more detail. So what is drug court? Drug court is essentially a sentencing alternative program. It's court-managed drug alcohol intervention treatment program. An alternative to the traditional model. It's voluntary, includes regular appearances before the drug court team, includes drug testing, substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, educational classes. It's based on behavior modification. That is our goal through an incentives and sanctions process, intensive community supervision, and can be successfully completed within 18 to 24 months, ideally. So I'll just talk about the traditional model, and then maybe we'll pass it on to somebody else because you guys hear from me all the time. But ideally, or not ideally, but traditionally what's happening right now is somebody gets arrested for a drug-related offense. And whether it's Lieutenant Powers or Deputy DeYoung, they do the investigation, they make the arrest, they bring them in, and they are put in jail typically. And they make a court appearance, a bond is posted or a bond is put in place, and we decide whether... We don't decide, but the defendant decides whether or not they can post the bond, they have to stay in jail, or they can be released. An attorney gets assigned. They either have a preliminary hearing or a grand jury is convened. There's an arraignment, motions, hearings, trial, sentence, the full process, right? That's what we do for any type of criminal case. So maybe, Judge, if you want to talk about what this model will look like on the fast track.
Sure.
The goal is to try to get the people into the system within 30 days, which that's the goal. It doesn't always happen that quickly. That's from date of arrest until plea, sentencing, and get sentenced to drug court is how it works. So it does work pretty quickly. State's Attorney's Office is involved in screening the candidates and recommending them to be a part of the program. The defense attorney is involved, and they may have a defense attorney of their own other than Mr. Gass. He's going to be a part of the team, so he could have clients that are being recommended, but so can the other attorneys. Yes. Oh, I'll get a little closer here to it. So they actually fill out an application to be a part of drug court. They have to voluntarily seek this program as opposed to the traditional program that's involved. Then they have to have a risk needs assessment completed by the court services officer and a treatment needs assessment by treatment. There are, later in the slide, there's contracts involved for all the parties. Lutheran Social Services is the entity that's being utilized. We have Christina and Melissa Clem from Lutheran Social Services. They are both cross-trained in chemical dependency and mental health issues, because a lot of the people we deal with have co-occurring disorders, which is very hard in the traditional setting to deal with some of those issues. That's one of the nice things about drug court. It does help try to encompass, you deal with the whole person. So they do the assessment. The drug court team reviews those applications and makes a recommendation whether to accept or not. Ultimately, though, it's still the circuit court judge that sentences these people to drug court. What will happen a lot of times is it may be a sentence of, I'm going to sentence you to 5 years in the state penitentiary, but I'm going to suspend execution of that sentence based on the following conditions. And one of them is that they participate and successfully complete the drug court program. So it still goes through a traditional process, streamlined, quicker, but that's how they get into drug court that way. Now, generally, these have to be felony offenders. They cannot be on parole, so they cannot still be supervised under an earlier felony. We've run into that. There was a Supreme Court case recently that said you can't have dual supervision. So 18 and older, again, it's voluntary. There is a limit on the DUIs in the program, and I think that's statutorily that they can't have more than 7 lifetime. We are talking about a high-risk, high-needs population. There's another slide later that will explain that a little bit. They cannot be distributors. They can't have convictions for distribution. It's primarily just use, at least not on the current sentence that we're sentencing them to drug court on. That may be in their past, but not on the current one. They can also not be violent offenders or registered sex offenders. So high risk, high needs, but there are some limitations of the type of person because you're essentially keeping them out of the penitentiary on a very intensive probation program. So you do have to have some safeguards with that.
And maybe, does Keith still want to speak to high risk, high needs at all?
The high-risk offenders are going to be the people that we kind of call it a revolving door. Those are those people that constantly come in. They've probably been to prison in the past, probably have failed on parole, have failed on felony probation before, and we've tried everything that we can, that we have traditionally tried. We want those people that, currently may be on probation and they're still using. They can't stay sober. They have trouble finding housing. They're having trouble with their kids. Their kids may be with DSS or not. We want to help them find jobs. These are the people that we're targeting. We're targeting the high-risk, high-needs people, the ones that we constantly see in the court system. They're the ones that we really want to have them make some positive change, because hopefully our hope is if they can make some change, that's going to help them be a good member of society. If they can get a job, maybe there's going to be less charges in the future. Like if they can do marriage counseling, work with their families and get things back together. So that's why we're picking the high-needs, high-risk people. The high-risk people are your addicts, your extensive criminal history. I mean, we're talking people that this may be their 3rd, 4th felony for drugs. But also it may be those people that intentional damage to property, they may be doing stuff for drugs. And their personal crime may not be just drugs. It may have something I stole to get high. I, did something in the community that basically I'm doing it for the drugs. And then also some of the lower society economic background people, they may be the people that struggle to keep jobs. Also family history will have, and people that don't have a support system. There's a lot of people out there that don't have a positive person in their lives to actually show them that there is a different way of life than what they're actually living. So we're hoping through, with this new program that we can show them that there is other ways of life than to continually have that cycle of abuse and addiction in their lives. The high needs would be some people may be lower functioning, may have a few pro-social skills. Our hope is maybe we can get them out to do some community service and give back to the community that they've maybe have taken from instead of giving to. They may have little education. We would like to help maybe GED. Maybe some of them can actually go to college, take their ACTs, and we can help them in that process. They're going to have mental health issues. Most of those people with drug issues do have mental health. That's why we have Christina and Melissa from LSS. So we want to know what their diagnosis is. If there's meds, we want to help get them on the right meds. Find the right, insurance. If we can insurance or work with a VER with their, they have a lady there that works with the programs that can help these people get their meds. Any medical issues, we want to work with them on that. So those really are the people that are high risk, high needs. And we'll find that out using the LSIR, which is a validated assessment that we've been trained in. So you need to be a high risk, high needs to put your application in. And that's where we decide. We use that tool because it's objective. We want to use something that's objective so that we're not putting personal opinions on the applicant. So basically we're going to use that to be objective, and the applicant will fill out the application, and then we'll meet with the team and decide whether they're appropriate or not for the program and if we have openings. We're going to stay away from the low risk offenders because we're finding regular probation does work for those low risk offenders, and they have limited criminal history. They're higher in society economically with jobs. They're usually not addicted to the drugs. It may be a one-time use or two-time use, you never know. And they usually have a good family, good support system, and their faith and religion in their life. And then the low needs would be, usually most of them are, graduated high school, good relationships, they're healthy, and, good employment background. So that's why we pick the high risk, high needs, because those are the people that do need the most help. And they also need the most guidance on where to find these things. A lot of times I find through probation, a lot of these people don't even know where to start to help find help, or are not comfortable looking and asking. So if we can help them, and I would see them, possibly 2 to 3 times a week and do home visits, and they'll have curfews, and we'll come and we'll see them at night. So, and that's where the police department would help, or the sheriff's office help me with home visits at night. Because there's only so many hours I can do a week, so they've graciously accepted in helping that. And they're going to be UAs. We have a system that will give out random UAs. They'll have a 28% chance of having a UA daily. And the jail has been kind enough to offer that. That's where they'll go. They'll take the UAs. We will supply all the UAs. They're just going to be that one location that everybody knows where the jail is. Come in, let's have it. There's no excuse. They're open 24/7. So, really, the jail is going to donate their time to help us with that, and we'll give them everything that they need. So, that's the high risk.
So the Brookings County Drug Court will go into effect July 1st. That's based on legislative funding, and I just put our mission statement there. You can read through that. What we've decided upon is a 5-phase model. That's what the national trend is recommending right now, and I won't list out all these specifics, but essentially each phase is a minimum number of days that they have to be in it to complete. What you'll see there listed are all the requirements they have to accomplish during that phase. And then we also have a minimum number of days of clean time that they have to accomplish in order to advance. So like phase 1, as you see, they have to be in the phase 1 for 60 days, and they have to have at least 14 consecutive days of clean time to advance.
And understand these people are going to have setbacks. They're going to have a relapse, and that's why minimum consecutive days of sobriety, because it may take them a while to get those first 14 days.
And I'm just clicking through the other phases here so you can kind of glance in and see.
It's a progression. They build up more sobriety, they get more responsibility.
And then essentially, once you complete the 5 phases, the goal is obviously graduation. So once you complete them all, you paid all your fines that are involved in your court case, you've had at least 90 days continuous sobriety, you're employed, you have acceptable housing, and you're in the program for at least 18 months, you would be eligible for graduation. And that's a successful completion of the program. This just, yeah, do you want to hit on this?
Well, this is the group. We have essentially 9 or 10 team members. Probation, Kisa is a component. Melissa and Christina for the treatment part of it. Abby is the prosecutor. Jared is the defense attorney. We have our 2 law enforcement components. And I'll touch base again on, I think we have a good model for a partnership between the PD and the sheriff's office on what we're designing. The PD, through Derek, they're willing to help do those spot checks, check on their curfew. They're, I think, relieved they don't have to deal with UAs or any of that. They just have to check up and help Kisa keep track of these people a little bit. The sheriff's office, because it is that one-stop shop and all the supplies are provided by the program, that's where they go to UA. It was mentioned it's a 28% or 2 out of 7, but it's a random computer-generated program that tells them when they come in. One week, they may come in 2 or 3 times. The next week, maybe once. The next week, 4 or 5. It's completely random, so they don't know. When it's not random with the computer, and let's say Kisa's trying to do a random, they figure it out. Oh, I'm going to get called on Tuesdays, so I know I can use on Tuesday night because chances are she's not going to call me again for 2 or 3 days. This way, they don't know and they're on edge, and you would be surprised. They'll test, and then they'll go maybe 4 or 5 days, and they're like, I haven't had to come in yet. Well, they know better than to use. At least it's offsetting that need of theirs to use because there's the fear, I could get caught, so I better stay clean. So it helps in that standpoint.
One of the biggest changes, which is going to take us educating all of our partners in the community, is that we would use a sanctions and incentive system. And that's somewhat what probation is really remodeling towards right now, but that is something the drug court definitely implements. And the idea is that instead of someone screwing up or having a misstep while they're in the program, instead of sending them to jail and just saying, we're done with you, we use a sanctions and incentives program. So if they have a misstep, we have a variety of sanctions we can use to say, we need to get back on track. This is not the direction we want to go. And if they're doing well, we have a variety of incentives we use to say, we are supporting you, the team is supporting you, we want you to keep moving forward in this direction.
Jail is still a sanction, and if they relapse and use, that's probably one of the primarily things that's going to happen, but it's a swift and immediate consequence. So if they have a dirty UA, they might sit 48 hours. But longer than that, the study shows it's not as effective of a deterrent, because then they're happy to just sit in jail. I don't have to go to work. I don't have to do anything. Here, 24 or 48 hours. Sometimes if they voluntarily come in and say, I screwed up, maybe it's only a 24-hour jail time. But if we catch them, it's 48. Same way with the testing. We don't have to send it off for confirmation. If they do the dipstick test and it says it's positive and they admit, then we're done, we move on. If they deny, then we send it to peer for additional testing, but then they're responsible for the costs, and maybe the consequences become a little different because they weren't honest at that point about their usage. It's more, I've heard the analogy as the judge, it's more like parenting, because there's consequences, but sanctions, but there's incentives. And the ratio of 4 to 1 incentives to sanctions, and the incentives are small things, and we're going to reach out to the community, hopefully get a Happy Meal or certain things from the community, the restaurants and whatnot. You get this, you get free movie passes, you get a gas card or things like that. So you're rewarding them for their positive behavior. We're hoping the community will support that and help provide some of those incentives to us. But the carrot versus the stick, and you hopefully offer some real good incentives for them as to why they want to change their lives and improve.
And we've already spoken to this a little bit, but just what happens at the actual staffing. So this is essentially adding a court session, each week to the Brookings County court docket. So we have magistrate court Mondays, circuit court Tuesdays. Our drug court sessions will be on Thursdays. And this whole team will meet for an hour in the morning to do a staffing, and that's when we discuss all the cases, discuss the updates, We're presented with the information from KISA and from law enforcement and from treatment, and then we all provide input from our experience with the individuals and with the cases. And then after we meet and decide what to do with each participant, then we'll have our court session actually in the open courtroom. The court session is public, the staffing is private. So it's really adding a whole another court session to our court calendar in Brookings.
And a key component to the court session is that time with the judge talking about how they're doing, positive things they made. Here's what happens. Basically, how many days of sobriety do you have as of today? Talk about special concerns that are going on in their life. What's happening? It's a little bit of a counseling session with the court. But then we get into what are they doing right? Are there incentives for that? What are they doing wrong? Do they need to be sanctioned for that? And every week, you get to talk to them, keep track of them, encourage them, praise them, or lecture them. And so, like I said, it's a little like the parenting model. But they say that time in court, usually the judge, and Leanne knows how this is, usually the judge is always the bad guy because you're going to send them and here's what happens. It changes a little bit because you try to encourage them. Yeah, you still have the stick, but you try to have that carrot a little bit more to encourage them.
And I just want to provide a little bit of information about what the trend has been in South Dakota so far. So the first drug court in South Dakota was in 2007, and that was in the Northern Hills region. And they started with 6 people, and they now have a capacity to assist up to 60 participants. The first DUI court was in Hughes and Stanley County in 2009, and then the first Veterans Treatment Court was in Cottington County in 2013. So as of 2016, as of this month, after our last month's training, there'll be 10 drug courts, 5 DUI courts, and 2 veterans courts. So we are definitely moving along in that progression. And that's just a map of where, before the 3 that were added, that's where they are all located. And then there's just some statistics for our current numbers, basically, of clients served, those graduated, those terminated. That's the last year, 2 years in review.
About a 65% on the DUIs, a little over half on the drug people, and some of them stay in there for longer than the 18 months. It could be up to the 3 years, hopefully 18 to 24 months. And there's people that fail and go back to circuit court and get sentenced to the penitentiary. That happens fairly regularly still.
And then just the financial impact. So this is a program that's funded by the South Dakota legislature. That's the reason why we're starting July 1st. That does include treatment costs, drug testing costs, the defense attorney contract, the court service officer and coordinator salaries. This will be a decreased cost to the county, ideally less incarceration days in the county jail, decreased court expense because they're in court less often, successful contributing citizens that are hopefully contributing members of society once they've graduated from the program. And Jan is really the expert on the numbers, so if you do have any questions on the budget or the impact to the county, I think we can assist with that. And then just community involvement. We wanted to start with you all, but you might see or hear a lot about the team out in the community in the upcoming weeks, and we plan to just meet with service clubs and different groups and spread awareness about what we're doing. Like Judge said, looking for incentive options that organizations or businesses might be willing to donate. We always need mentors for the participants, so individuals that are willing to kind of
hint.
serve as a mentor. And then we will eventually form a steering committee as just kind of an oversight committee to help us make sure we're moving in the right direction with the team. So I do have a video, but I was just going to see if anybody had any questions. And I brought the whole team. If you have a specific question for someone that plays a different role, I think they'd be happy to answer it.
Yeah.
I have a question. The crimes of violence, does a misdemeanor domestic assault keep somebody out?
No, it's that felony list of crimes of violence.
All right.
And we're going to have people with misdemeanor assault history. So no, it's the more serious crimes of violence listed under that one statute.
And then Marty talked last week, actually Bart did last time we had a meeting, the pilot program we're doing, were those patches, bracelets? I can't remember what it was that we were doing the pilot program for the state.
The 24/7 with your phone app.
The blow ones, yeah.
Is that anything that the drug court will be able to utilize eventually?
I think it's possible.
Right now with Beetle County, they're using 24/7 as a check-in daily for people. So that might be something we're going to, then the next month, go to a lot of drug courts and see how they're worked and see what works. So that definitely might be something that we chat with Marty about and see if we may or may not be able to use that. So.
Other questions?
Do you foresee a time when you would need more than one day to handle? I mean, I think this is wonderful because I think you're going to end up saving us money. And I think that you will have people that you can put back into society who will be productive citizens. So I'm all really in support of this. But do you think that you will end up with so many participants that you would have to add another day of drug court?
It'll take a little bit of time. Coddington has been up and running for 2 years now.
I have some statistics if you're interested.
But on their 2 years, they have 15 to 16 participants.
Okay.
So it's going to take a little bit of time. The model says with this team and one court services officer, you could handle up to 30, I think is what they're generally looking at. You might have to have a little bit longer staff meeting or talk a little less about them, and the court session could go a little longer. But we kind of have that Thursday morning designated to it right now.
In Stacy's report, she hasn't had a chance to give it yet, that we're going to have a discussion about the courthouse. Is the office that's going to be used for the drug court administrator, is that the old state's attorney's office, or what office are we talking about?
I can address that. Yes, that's the plan. Judge Foley's court reporter, Jerry Johnson, is retiring. They're going to move that office downstairs. Kisa would move up into Jerry's office, and the old state's attorney's office is where the drug court coordinator would be. So those two offices up on third floor are going to be there. The door issue, and I think Kisa was worried about keeping me safe, so I guess I appreciate that, is to put the door between where the judges are and where those two offices
By
are.
the bathroom there?
Right, by the bathroom, right. So that's just a safety precaution because you can have irate clients in there, and if she meets with them and things go bad, I hadn't really thought about it, but she had thought about it, that they could just come down the hall and Judge Stoltenberg and I are both right there. So.
Well, if I could just quickly go over what I handed out. In Coddington County, we've been up and operational for 1 year and 10.5 months. During that time, 349 days of jail time have been served by our clients. We've had one graduate who's had absolutely no jail time. He was our first. He was a shining star, and that was great to lead us off. So now, currently, that is 349 at, say, a cost of $65 a day, which would be $22,685. This time has been cut because we don't do a pre-sentence investigation before sentencing. That's the 30 days fast-tracking them into the system. So if we had 20 clients at 30 days, that would be $39,000.
More that would be spent under the traditional.
Right. Right now, current amount of time these same clients would spend in jail if they were put on standard probation would be 20 clients times 90 days for 1,800 days, and it costs $117,000. And just a breakdown of our current clients, this 246 days are the amount of our 16 successful clients at a cost of $15,990. We had 4 terminated clients. Some people just won't work the system. 103 days for a cost of 6,695 days. And then below that is the cost for the penitentiary, which I know that's not for your county, but we all pay those bills. And then just a little more information.
Even when they fail and go back into circuit court and go to the penitentiary, there's still a significant cost savings on the different amount. They're doing less jail time at your expense that way.
Correct. If you have any questions?
Yeah, so one of the questions is the cost for us. The state is paying for the services here, for everybody here. Our costs are the days in jail, our normal costs that would actually be savings, because if we went through the normal system, we'd have more days in jail. So that's basically kind of sums it up. So if we're getting close to budgeting purposes, do you anticipate any other things that after a year and a half or 2 years in Connington County that were not identified of extra costs that we would have to maybe adjust our budgets for?
In particular, will Abby's office need more, or will the sheriff's office need more?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a time factor from the sheriff's office because there's going to be some more UAs, but not significant. So you already have those people there. They're already helping with the 24/7 program. So it's utilizing that existing staff that are there. Abby's office had 3 people in her office.
That 10-step thing, the traditional court steps, you're going to take the last 6 steps off there. You're going to take off preliminary hearings. You're going to take off motion hearings. You're going to take off a jury trial. Help me, Abby. The other things.
I mean, everything essentially from like arrest and that first appearance up till sentencing. You're going to take out
things
everything
that
in the
your
middle.
office is not going to have to be
Right.
doing.
Right.
So ultimately, it will save.
It should save you money.
And you have to keep in mind, I mean, for the first year, we're anticipating probably less than half a dozen participants. So
Right.
we would have a very good idea within the next year or two if there were extreme needs. And I think we'll have years to prepare for that and if we needed to adapt a budget for it. So I guess if we have time, I know we're close, you have a 10:30. If I could just, can I play a video really quick and then
Sure.
we can be done? It's short. Oh, I don't have audio. Oh, just kidding. Sean has to plug it in. Sean, show me.
The last 10 was on a $300 to $400 a day crack habit.
My son was taken from me when he was 3 years old because I was an addict.
I tried to get clean on my own, and the disease of addiction had hold of my life.
I was homeless, addicted, and hopeless.
I'd been through multiple rehabs at that time. I'd been through multiple methadone programs. I was homeless. I didn't have a lot going for me.
March the 29th, 2005, I was arrested in Newton County, Mississippi for methamphetamines.
I was charged with a Class 3 felony, which in Colorado at that time carried with it a possible 4 to 12 years in the Department of Corrections.
He sentenced me to 5 years and then decided against it and put me in drug court.
And I begged for the chance to come into this program and was told no at first. And then I begged the public defender to give me a chance. And he went and talked to the district attorney. And by some miracle, after lunch, they came back and said, yeah, they're going to give you a shot.
You have got to go into family drug court. It's a voluntary program, but that is your last hope.
If I were a religious man, I'd say that was a divine intervention.
I was inducted into drug court, and I didn't know if I could do the program.
They cared about me succeeding. They weren't there just to get a paycheck. They were there to do a job to get it done. And I'll tell you what, I never did see that side of the court system, you know. I used to hate to hear the words all rise, because all that meant was, what's going to happen to me now?
These people, you people, believe in us. And when people like you believe in us, you begin to believe in yourself.
What you guys have given me is this idea that, you know, I can be a better person.
I graduated the program and I ended up with my children back in my home and I got a good job.
I went back to my community to clean up what I messed up.
I ended up in law school, and I ended up an attorney with the Public Defender's Office in Denver.
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the drug court has saved my life.
Thank you for giving me a mom and giving me a life that I would never had the chance to have without you guys.
Drug court works. It worked for me and my kids, and it just really does work.
Because of drug court, I went from a disgrace to amazing grace. I went from nothing to something. I went from nobody to somebody, and I went from Class D to PhD.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for everything. All right, we're a little behind our next scheduled, but I was wondering if we could ask Jesse we take a quick 5-minute break to use the restroom and then get started on that, if that'd be okay? All right, sounds good. All right. All right.
Here we go.
Dan?
I have a louder voice than Ryan.
Well, I just didn't want to be rude. All right, we'll get back to our agenda here, and we're a little late, but appreciate bearing with us here. Our 10:30 agenda item is a presentation by Jesse Bermel from Iberdrola. Is that right? Iberdrola Renewables on a potential new wind farm in Brookings County. So come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone, for having me today.
You could use the microphone there in front of you. That'd be great.
Today, well, sometimes my voice carries. Sometimes I don't need one of these, but thank you for allowing me to come here today. Little less deep than the last topic. This will be real quick. My name is Jesse Bermel. I'm with Iberdrola Renewables. I'm a business developer in the Midwest. I think some of you have worked with Tim Sek or Adam Sokolsky in the past, and so I'm the representative for the company now that covers the Dakotas, and working on my MBA on the side, and it's important to talk about inclusion and bring all partners together, and at some point or another we'll be working with every one of you as we begin the initial stages of a wind farm that we're potentially bringing to the county. So 2 weeks ago, I was with the zoning commission, and we received permits to put up temporary meteorological towers to continue measuring the wind in this area near White. And the goal today is to just introduce myself, talk about our potential timeline over the next 6 months to 2 years, and how that involves Brookings County. And so for the last 6 months, we've been renewing and leasing lands in the Sherman, Oak Lake, primarily those two townships, east and northeast of White. This will be a potential project south of our Buffalo Ridge 2 operating project, and we have about 40 landowners. We have about 100% land control at this point, and the next step will be permitting. And so I wanted to come today to say, again, introduce myself, let you know the timeline. In the next few months, we'd like to bring forward a wind energy permit for the Buffalo Ridge 4 site, and that will involve many parties across the county. Some of you have I wasn't here for Buffalo Ridge 2, but there's probably a lot of lessons learned in terms of road agreements, legal documents. I believe, Larry, you were on the road at the time, and so you'll have some valuable expertise on what worked, what didn't work. I think it's important to talk about the lessons learned from the previous projects and how we can apply them to the next project. We want this to be a great partnership. We've had a great experience here. We enjoy being in Brookings County. We want to continue being here, and so I think it's important we do this right as we have done in the past, but continual improvement. So at this, like I said, we're in the next, between now and August, we'd like to come forward with our application for a wind energy system permit in the county, and at this I can leave it open to questions for you guys.
Any questions on?
Sorry, I don't have a presentation with pretty pictures. This is really informal. We'll have a better presentation in the future. We're still sort of getting to the point where we can bring a formal presentation forward.
How many towers are we looking at?
It depends on the size of the units. If you look at the turbines in the past and what we have now, it can be anywhere from 39 to 50 units.
All right. Well, we look forward. We appreciate you coming and starting the communication and the dialogue, and we'll obviously have some questions and some work through on some of these agreements and stuff. Yeah, Dick.
One of the things that I'd like you to touch on is the impact, and Larry knows very well, but each one of these bases and of these towers will have 45 loads of
75, up to 75. Yeah.
And then besides that, throughout the year, they've got a pretty tight schedule. And if I remember right, if you started in, like, let's say the spring of the year, you'd hope to have this all done by September or Christmas. That's 75 loads per tower per times 75. One of the things that Dual County mentioned that they were toying with was a universal permitting process where they wouldn't have to come in daily and get permits for being overweight or oversized. And when you're talking about it's, how many were you doing a day, Larry? I mean,
Well,
30
most of the permits were for the wind towers, not the actual cement trucks. I mean, it was the oversized permits before.
Right, but I mean, this is all ongoing. This isn't,
Yeah.
we don't do one stage and then we move to stage two. This is going on throughout the whole area. And so you're looking at an enormous amount of permitting process. I think the way they did it before works. I'd be interested to see if Jamie and you come up with a make sense approach to this universal thing. Same way with the inspections of the roads. They're very open to using whatever method we choose to do the pre-construction inspection and post-construction. So that's a good note. And I'm sure a lot of the problems were on township roads, but it's not that we didn't have concerns either. I would guess, Larry, that it was an enormous project.
And also, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the zoning board, we take a detailed look, and we take input from the townships, the county highway superintendent, and all the players. It's not an easy process, by all means. We take our time and we do it right, and we have permitted 3 wind farms previously. So we have our lessons learned and our thoughts also. So.
Good.
I'm sure you'll be having a public meeting, probably in White
For sure. Well, once we have an established layout, and one of the things that comes with the layout will be the haul roads, where our haul routes will be, where our electrical cables, potential, all of the proposed sites will be. And at that point, we welcome any input from all parties. It's the littlest things can come up, but we need to make sure that we have those accounted for. And Dick, and with you guys, everybody, first we come up with the language, then we'll, but yes, alluding to what he was saying, we'll know exactly how many concrete trucks, we'll know exactly how many pieces of equipment will coming in. And what we've seen work in the past in other counties is, by all means, you guys are in charge of your county. It's, if you're thinking about 75 truckloads and each one of those trucks needing a permit and each haul truck needing a permit, that can generate a lot of extra work. And we haven't really talked about it, but maybe if we can bring you a very detailed sort of plan of where things will go, then perhaps we could talk about a blanket permit or something to where it's not bottlenecking and clogging up people's time and resources. And that's something I'll work with everybody on to where we can discuss something like that.
We just have to remember that permits means income, revenue. So let's not get too wild and permit all things at one time for a lower price. We'll take a careful look at the situation.
Well, I was going to say 2 to 1. Is there a sale? Like if next month, can I get is there a discount?
We guard our taxpayer dollars. Is all I'll say.
But I mean, we didn't want to be a deterrent either. I mean, some of the loads were not permitted because they didn't need it to be. I mean, it's just the oversize and.
Correct. All right. Any other comments? All right. Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, everyone, for having me today.
Look forward to working with you.
I'll pass on.
Thank you. All right. On our agenda, regular business, we're down to letter G, a discussion and possible action to approve the low bid on the Highway Department's maintenance equipment storage building in Sinai to Visions Construction Group, Inc. Before we have discussion, I'd like to have a motion. Move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, discussion. Dick, would you like to come up, please? And Les, if you would like to, or...
part of our discussion at the last meeting involved whether we had checked or I had checked with any other possibilities as far as packages. What I did is took the specs from the last building that was built in August 1999, and I went back to 4 vendors, 1 in Elkton and 3 here in Brookings, and asked them if they would put together just a materials estimate on doing this project. I got 2 back, and they are just in materials. They one was $29,000, one was $33,000. I didn't touch base with Les to see, what his thoughts were, mainly because I think it would amount to comparing apples and oranges, and I would appreciate if there is the desire to go this way, then I would like to talk to Les and reassure myself that this would be a comparable, doable thing. Also, my estimates do not involve any site work, any concrete, any electrical, any fixtures, any plumbing, any heating, none of that. This is just a material package that would be delivered on site, and a contractor that we would approach would be instructed to build it. So that, I hope, is informational for you. That's what I took as an alternative to this. And are there any questions or ideas?
What was the difference then? Was there a difference in value from the bids, or were they not separated out?
You could probably better answer that, Les, but to my knowledge, he didn't break down his bid as materials, labor, whatever.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Discussion?
I guess maybe one other, if I could interrupt, maybe one other comment was also from the standpoint of the low bidder by the bid tab. We did not approach him and say, would you be willing to cheapen this up, or could you make this different, for fear that we weren't wanting to do that. Just, I guess, if there would be a concern that maybe the cost is extreme, we could, if approved, approach him and see if there would be some things we could change out or make less expensive. I don't know. So, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had decided to go ahead with what Mr. Rowland had done, and he was going to try to tone it down a little bit in cost with the low bidder, and we were going to go ahead with this. Is that was what I thought we decided the last time?
Okay.
Is that wrong?
Well, I think our discussion was approving
his services.
Les's services, and I think that's what we approved from that point. But the discussion was, would you be willing to, if we decided to either rebid or do some of that, would you be willing to be involved with that? And he said he would, and that. But I mean, I don't think we decided the process of moving forward. I think this was the next step. We got to decide, because it did go out to bid, and we need to make a decision on that, whether we accept these bids or reject the low bid, and then move on from there. Was my thought on it. I don't know if I was wrong on that or not. So I guess my thought is this: I would like, if Mr. Rowland's willing to help us, I would like to rebid. I'd like to try to take the specs that we had from our previous building, look at them, compare them to what Mr. Rowland had in there, get a good spec sheet of what we can have that is similar, that will be adequate, that we could use, rebid it, see what we can get in for bids, and look at the low bid at that time, and if it may come in at the exact same type of there. Now, Mr. Rowland, you talked about it a little bit, that a conversation that I had, that if you do that below the standards of what you've done, that then you would not be signing off on it, that type of thing. Is that, how would that work? If you could explain a little bit on that, please.
I have no problem using the drawings, and by state law, if we used my seal, so to speak, then I really should follow up and do construction administration.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think this was carefully worked out with Dick and Jeff in the highway department, and this clearly finds the scope of what they want in this building, what they need. It's not, there was nothing here that was over-designed. And so even like Dick and I both had the understanding that there was $250,000 in the budget when we originally designed it. So, it was designed to fit underneath that budget, but again, we approached it with very utilitarian approach and just designing something that's a quality building that'll last into the future, that you don't have to worry about maintenance. But having said that, I think we could take, my recommendation would be to take the drawings, kind of leave the spec out, approach it as if it's a county building like you typically would, but use these drawings as a means to define the project. And then let them, like for example, you could approach a concrete guy and say, okay, what would you typically do for knowing the configuration of the requirements by the county for the size of trucks? You figure out the size of your footings and foundation and the thickness of your slab. And let them do their standard procedure, what they'd normally do in a county project, such as in Sinai. And having said that, I think you'll get a good building. It's like, but I don't think, as you touched on last time, there's certain regulations by engineers and things like that. So you end up getting that within this booklet, right? So, but having said that, again, do I think that the building, you'd be compromising the longevity of the building? Probably not. As long as you had a good, like Dick has a bill of sale here, basically for building materials for the building shell.
Mm-hmm.
None of the other systems within it. And it does not include labor to put that shell together. Right. So even though that looks like an attractive price tag at $29,000 or whatever it is, it's pretty significantly different the final product will be.
Yeah.
And so I would just recommend like taking this set of plans here and going through and contacting the various trades and get them to put a price together. So a separate bid almost. There needs to be someone there, and I'm willing to help Dick or however you wanted to do it, proceed as a county to, there needs to be someone there to consolidate these bids together, right? Mm-hmm. And whether we handle it more of a construction manager approach, because there needs to be someone overseeing the thing. If someone comes in and does the concrete work, there needs to be sure someone's watching over to tell, okay, put out a schedule for one and make sure that the building package comes on a certain date so there's not a whole lot of timeline sitting there and nothing getting done. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm talking about. There needs to be someone there as kind of managing the hub, so to speak, and making sure all the trades are coming together and coordinating. So I guess that's something that I haven't talked anything since last time. It's like I figured we just kind of define how you wanted to approach it. But
the one thing, Les, that would be difficult is if we rejected these bids today, you would have to, or I would have to come together and put together the pieces of the puzzle, and we would bid it as a project, because you can't, if it's going to come to more than $50,000, it's going to have to be bid, and you can't do a shell, and then you can't do the concrete, and well, we never went over 50,000. The other thing that just food for thought and nothing else, but out of the 4 that I solicited and got returns from 2 of them, the one said, this is the best I can do with my interpretation of the plans, and I says, well, I'm sorry, but just to keep everybody on the same page, I don't want to clarify anything. Just use what I gave you, the plans, the specifications, that's it. And the other one said, this is my bid. I don't know, being that vague, whether it's going to be accurate for you, but here it is. I said, thank you, that's all I needed. So that's just food for thought.
When I voted in favor of the agreement at our last meeting, this is what my understanding of what our agreement was, okay? That we were accepting Mr. Rollins' contract, that for that additional $3,000 that he hadn't already incurred services, he was going to do all of those things that are set forth in the contract that the contract obligates him to do during the construction phase.
The construction administration, right?
Exactly.
That was my understanding as well.
That's exactly what the contract says. And then we had a conversation, and I understood that Mr. Rollins would look at the plan, and I think there's a difference between, none of us want to build an unsafe building, but there are a lot of ways to build a building that doesn't cost as much as this building costs, that would still be a safe building. And it was my understanding you were going to look at those plans so that we could submit to use Commissioner Miller's word, a toned-down plan for bid. But it was not my intention that we bid out each separate piece, because that's not what our contract with Mr. Rollins says. That's not how we're going to proceed. That's not an acceptable way to do it. It'll take forever, and it'll be a nightmare, in my opinion. That's not what I want to do. Now,
I don't think we can. I mean, I don't think we can because of the total project being over 50,000. Whether it's the piece like you just mentioned, it's got to be a one bid type of thing, and that's where my thought was. We just need to rebid because the specs have changed.
I think we've already voted on this.
What?
Yes.
We voted on the
week.
contract.
we voted on the contract.
Yeah, we didn't vote on the bid.
didn't
This is
vote
what
on
we're voting on
bid.
now. Yeah.
No, not on the low bid.
Right.
But I'd like to see a design that I think the commission has said, we don't want to spend this much money. I'm thinking that there should be able to look at that design and make it fit into an acceptable amount. Maybe what we need to do is say, this is what we're willing to spend, so that these gentlemen have some direction in that regard.
I thought about that. Go ahead.
I just like to say, I mean, we're building, it's a storage facility for a piece of equipment, possibly two pieces of equipment, with a bathroom for the person that runs that piece of equipment and other county employees when they're working in that area. I mean, it's not a mechanic shop. It's not a public building that's open to the public. It's locked during the day. I know you still have to have some safety, meet some safety requirements, but on the other hand, it's not a public building. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know, I didn't see the specs. I don't know what's in there for specs, but I'm just stating. I know what the other two shops cost. The one in Bruce was built in 1999, and the one in White was built in 2001. I actually worked on those specs. I was given the task to do that, and solicited people to bid it. So I mean, that was my part in those projects.
Well, I was just going to comment on Leanne about naming a price, and I thought about that. I'm kind of hesitant to throw something out. Sometimes you reach that, and then sometimes maybe not enough. But my recollection is basically the same, and I appreciate, we've gotten ourselves a little pickle. But anyway, Les's offer, but I'm with Larry. This is a shop, and I want a well-built shop, but I'm going to reject this bid because I don't want to spend this kind of money, and I would, whatever it takes to get it, so we're building a shop. That's what I'm after, and which approach, but I think if Les has been trying to be agreeable, and I understand where he got his name attached to it, and it's only so far, but I don't expect a piecemeal thing. I expected a one bid for something that's, what was your toned down, reasonable, whatever. But that's what I'm going to vote against this, and hopefully Les and Dick can work together with us to bring a bid that's more affordable. I guess definitely too high.
Any further discussion? We have a motion on the table to approve the low bid, and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Pierce,
No?
Wyseth,
No.
Miller,
No.
Jensen,
No.
Krogman.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. Well, we need to give some direction here as where we're at now. So I think most of the commission has given there. Hopefully you guys can come together with a setup and specs that are hopefully toned down, I guess is what we're calling it, and see what we can rebid and come to a conclusion and see what those specs come back at, and we can get moving forward. So, any questions for us at all on direction?
I don't think so at this time.
All right. Thank you for coming in. All right. Letter H, review the Brookings County 2017 5-year highway bridge improvement plan. Okay, bring that up. Okay, Dick, you want to walk us through this here? We're here for review and discussion on it. How we're doing?
Well, I guess, do you want me to go through it, or you want to just ask questions? Because,
well, why don't you work our way through each one here, and like, if we're getting it done, we're in the process, planning, kind of what we're waiting for, and then we can maybe adjust for our 2017 if we need to.
okay. In summary, for 2016, the mill and overlay is what we are currently working on now. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all one project. It's just listed separately because of the ability to describe the locations exactly of where the project is taking place. The last STIP project program that was left in the old STIP system or program, the Big Sioux River Bridge over and Box Culvert north of Bruce, that's what I touched on this morning in my report, that Graves Construction will construct that. Again, I don't know any details about how they'll approach that until they have the pre-construction meeting. State, South Dakota DOT will be the administrators of that project. Box culvert that are listed in 6, 7, and 8 are the smaller structures that I mentioned to you. They are the ones that I'll be doing the temporary easements for in the very near future. They'll take place the end of July, early August. The big grant for the structure south of White was denied, and we're planning to still bid that bridge July 2016. And at this time, I hope I've got it. Well, I've got it at my desk. You wanted to go over some of the reasonings of how the point system worked. Did you want me to touch on them or wait for the strategic planning part?
Can we finish talking about the 5-year plan first, or?
Yeah, just, well.
That was denied. The big grant awarded for the rehab of the structure, it's actually a half-mile west of Highway 9 on Highway 6, that'd be southeast of Bruce. That was awarded as one grant for rehab. We originally had 3 structures in. The reason we dropped the other 2 and stuck with this one, is because this had all the factors necessary to complete the project from start to finish, and the other bridges would have qualified. However, they're on gravel surfaces, and it hasn't been proven by the DOT yet that epoxy seal coating the deck on a gravel surface is advantageous or money well spent. Well, at $40-some thousand a surface, we weren't going to take the chance, or I didn't want to take the chance and go through all the engineering and everything to put the project together and then find out it wasn't going to work as well. When a bridge is on a gravel surface, the gravel inadvertently gets tracked onto that surface, and it's abrasive, aggregate on aggregate, and it's not a pleasant situation. So the way the DOT felt, I think it's too much money to experiment or just see how it might work. Then the preliminary grants that we had for preliminary engineering all passed, and when we get into the budget process, we'll have the dollar figures for that to incorporate into the highway budget. This summer, it's a warm weather type operation where we'll be doing the 45 miles of chip sealing our roads and then replace the shop in Sinai. Those were the projects slated for 2016.
Okay, Dick, I have a quick
Any
question.
questions?
Yeah, and so then do we need to take anything from 16 based on what we're doing and incorporate it into 2017? Like, I mean, do you need the rehab for, like, number 10? Does that rehab need to be done in 2017, or is that going to be done now?
That will be done now.
Okay.
Yep. Everything that was awarded will be taking place, whether it be preliminary engineering or rehabilitation or reconstruction. Those will take place.
Okay.
Dick, were the award letter on the preliminary engineering, did we get copies of those? Are those in one of our packets?
It would have came out clear back in February. For some reason, they awarded those clear back in beginning of February. It's a letter from the DOT, and it lists them.
And other people, you guys remember seeing those letters? I just didn't remember seeing those letters.
The reason, yeah, because they, sorry to interrupt. The reason for some reason, they send everything to the commissioners. They don't send it to me. I get CC'd, or I get a copy after Stacy shares it with me. But all the correspondence goes through you, and that's why I was mentioning on that one for Graves Construction, the award letter and everything, it comes to you.
It actually goes to the finance office is where it goes. They
Oh.
send it to what would be the county auditor of each county, and then usually Vicki just turns those into
I
me.
give
And,
it to
and
you.
the Graves, the notice of award for the Graves construction for the bridge by Bruce is, I passed out this morning.
Yeah.
As far as the two big grant awards, those are part of my staff report because I did receive those. They're in my report and in the packet.
And that's why I just,
And then, but back in February, I'd have to go back and look and see if I put those in a packet.
they were, because when we talked
don't
about them
recall.
back in February, there was really some serious concerns from the board as to, well, when are we going to find out about our other grants? And we couldn't, I couldn't,
If you can see where those are at while you're sitting there, I'd like to look at them while we're talking. I have a question on the 2016 plan. Why is all the preliminary engineering, and it's going to say that in that letter if I saw it, why is all of our preliminary engineering stuff in 2017? Why aren't we doing any of that this year? Because it takes so many years to get everything moving down the road.
we are doing that. We already signed agreements to do that.
For
The preliminary engineering ones that we received grants for, that's done.
so then why isn't that on our 2016 summary?
Well, I just put that they were awarded. I guess I should have broke it down individually.
Okay, You've successfully confused me.
Oh.
Okay, so what is it that we have done that we got those preliminary engineering grants for that we are doing in 2016?
That will be for the river bridge on 77 South, plus the smaller structure right ahead of it. I don't have the numbers with me. I'd have to go back on the preliminary engineering grants to give you the structure, but the structure, I don't think you would, if I describe it by the road, I think it would help.
Right.
The other structure is the one that's just 2 miles north.
Could you tell me which items these are on the 2016 summary, so that way I'll know what we're talking about?
Okay.
Which ones of these are we doing preliminary engineering on based on the grant that we got? The preliminary engineering grant is for this year, right?
Yes.
I mean, we can use that. So which one of these 1 through 12 for 2016 are we using our preliminary engineering grants for?
None of those.
Okay.
I have to put that in there. That's my fault.
That was my question, because I thought
Okay.
we got grant money for 2000 to use in 2016 to start doing that preliminary engineering work for something then that we're going to actually build in 2017 perhaps.
Yes.
So those aren't on there.
No. So when you go into the 2017 and the 3, 4, 5, and 6, those are the ones that we won the preliminary engineering grants for.
The work will be done next year.
Right. We have to, come this October, we have to submit the big design, big grant for the design portion of the structures in item 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And so shouldn't that be in our 2016 plan?
I should as a summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see where,
yeah,
instead of in the 217, you got submit, it should be doing the project in 217 on these
right.
structures. Instead of submit here, it should have.
Yes, if we, maybe this will help. If we would have been denied any preliminary engineering grants, we would have, in 2017, been submitting for preliminary engineering grants for the same projects we just did in 2016. And I thought that would sound kind of confusing, but we got awarded all our preliminary engineering. So that's done. But now the same projects are going to need to be in the design phase for construction, and that'll be in 2017. And I thought that you might say, well, I thought we just did the engineering on that last year. And I'd say, well, we did, but that was preliminary engineering. So I'll clear it up. I'll list them, but I'll just change this.
Dick,
How's that?
Does that mean no construction's going to happen in 2017 on those 4?
I would say that construction would not start until these 2018 on those.
Okay.
Because the design and construction.
So just to be sure I understand, and I apologize for being slow, but we kind of got caught up in this multi-year thing that we weren't planning for, and I want to be sure that we don't do that again with this 5-year plan. So when we want to do a structure, we're in 1 year we're going to do preliminary engineering. The next year we do our final design and any of the environmental stuff.
Yes.
And then in the 3rd year we build.
Yes.
Okay. So each of those steps I think should be in the 5-year plan. I think we should say this year on this structure, we're doing preliminary engineering. And the next year, we're doing our design work. And the next year, we're building so that we can follow that along and keep track of what we're working on from year to year.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that I did, and I don't have copies, but hard for me to keep my sanity, but this is what we do. We put it on a spreadsheet so that you can see the year it was submitted, the year it will go for design, and then the year it should be constructed. And then this will be an ongoing work in process that we'll know where we're at. Right now it isn't confusing because we haven't been denied other than the one we were planning on doing anyway. In in the future, as the program gets flooded, you're going to see an enormous change in dynamics of this whole thing, because you're going to have to record. If we did the preliminary engineering and you all of a sudden they start pulling the plug on us and not following through, that preliminary engineering has a shelf life, and we need to emphasize when we're doing our strategic plan and our 5-year plan, just like you say, so that we're not just turning in a wish list and, oh, well, we didn't get it. We're going to have to follow through and resubmit, or follow through and make sure that it makes the design and build stage to the construction. That's where, when we get into the strategic planning, we want to look at that point system, because that is going to be an enormous factor. Like when we put in for these projects for design and construction, we are going to want to make sure that our points are kind of tallied up in our head ahead of time, and cover ourselves that way. And it should help this year, because we're just getting our bridges inspected in 2016.
But
well,
with that, I mean, these are anticipated that they'll be needed. We could have it after, just like you're saying, we could have a bridge now this year in the inspection that comes up, boom. Well, we need to get, if we choose to do, we need to start on the preliminary engineering and everything right away. I mean, that might not be on here.
Right.
I mean, this can change. I mean,
very much so. This would be a good foundation, Leanne.
But this is the document that we publish, right?
Mhm.
And when we have our public hearing, this is the document. Our public doesn't get to see your diagram and all of those other things. They see this. And I just think that this needs to be clear, that we're looking at these structures. Now, maybe we won't get to do them because something's going to be more high priority for our dollars. But I think that our plan needs to encompass that 3-step stage to make it clear to the people that look at this what it is that we're doing with the structure that's on their road.
Correct. Another thing that we always want to keep the whole picture in mind, because we got to include road projects, we got to include more, our chip seals, our overlays, and whatever I would consider an upgrade, maintenance, preventative type of thing. If we want to include a construction of 213th Street, we need to put that in here. I didn't include that at this time because I think we need a little more of a foundation to go on of why did this make the 5-year plan. Not that it's etched in stone, but this is the reasoning we use, because when we publish it, people are going to have questions, and when we get those questions, we want to have a uniform answer.
And I think one thing you have to be careful of is if we are publishing it, then they're expecting it to be done.
Just it. That's what I
And if we say we're doing preliminary engineering and we don't get the grant, then it doesn't get done, and then it says, well, it's on the 5-year plan, you've been doing it, and well, it didn't work out. Is that going to be a situation that when you're identifying this many portions of it, I think we have to be careful not to identify until we know whether we got the grant or we've made a commitment to do it before we establish it as a project.
And we need to say those things at the bottom of our plan. We need to have a little asterisk in there or a footnote or whatever that explains that, because the whole purpose of the public hearing requirement in the big grant program is to give the public notice as to what's going on, to see if they want to have any input. And we just need to put that kind of information
I mean, there's
on
a
there.
lot of stuff that goes on behind, like us hiring Banner every 2 years to do reviews of all of our structures, and that's not on here. I think there's got to be a level here where we just do our due diligence to a certain point, and then after that we make that decision. I'm afraid if we start saying identifying bridges, it's going to be expected that we're going to do it. And
I mean, the state has done that for years. I mean, they had a bridge program, and we program bridge, and it's right on their website. This is a timeline that's going to be followed. Well, that was all depending on available funding. And the state didn't have the available funding. They just kept sliding them bridges down. And that's where we're ending up in the problem we got.
Yeah.
I mean, and you could put that on there.
I think
You
so.
could have on the ballot. This can be changed with funds.
I mean, that'd be easy so that people understood what we were doing, but that's the purpose of the 5-year plan. And I know we haven't, I keep talking about your report, Stacy, and we haven't gotten there yet, that you have in your report that we're going to schedule our public hearing for this 5-year plan for June 9th. And how can we do that when we know that when we do our strategic planning, that we may make some changes on this 5-year plan? Are we ready to have this published and do our public hearing on June 9th? And I think Dick just said he's going to make some changes to fix the summary for 2016.
Right. But I think the thing with...
What is our timeline, Dick? When does this have to be submitted to the state this year?
October 15th. That's when we have to turn all the grant applications in, and part of the grant application is to turn in the 5-year plan.
Is there a public hearing deadline?
No, you can have that anytime.
Anytime.
However, last year, we had our meeting after we'd already done the budget,
Yeah.
and it was very difficult to
Yeah.
maybe modify or massage our projects. If we do it early enough, and if we had the input, then we would have the ability, budget-wise, to say,
Yeah.
I think it's time we address this.
And I think that's the reason
that was
that
our
we
purpose of having the
Right.
public hearing prior to budgets.
Right.
Is so
That's
that this
exactly
is set. We know what our 5-year plan will be, so that when we get to budget time, we know what we have to budget for. If we wait and hold the public hearing in August, September, we're past budget time by then. We don't have an approved plan. If someone comes in at the public hearing and makes changes, that upsets our budget. So I think that was our purpose of why we're having the public hearing early in the process.
I just don't understand how we can decide on our 5-year plan before we've looked at our strategic plan and our budget.
We've got to make some assumptions and some future stuff, and we can't.
We
There's
have
just not
a
enough
pretty
time.
good idea what we're doing here.
What are we assuming on 213th?
We haven't decided yet. So we don't put it in our budget then.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we're not going to have, not everything's just going to fall in line. That's the thing, is things will change. We'll find out responses from the big grant that, okay, how much are we going to, if we're going to decide to put matching funds in? You know, we're going to have to put a budget in before we decide how much we're going to do. You know, are we going to match funds at 20% or 50% to try to get the grant? Those are all things we're still not going to know until that stuff goes on there. So I don't think it'll be perfect. I think we got to do the best we can to use the information that we have to make an adjustment or make a 5-year plan, submit it. It's a working plan.
It's a living document.
And that'll go through and there. And I understand where you're coming from, but it's almost like the chicken or the egg, but you got to get started. You got to do something. And so which one comes first? You know what? We need this one to make a decision on this, but you know what? We can't wait. So we need to use the information that we have and use the document and keep it going, is my thought on it. So
the other comment that I had, we've had conversation about, and I thought we'd be talking about this when we did our strategic planning, but about the fact that we have a lot of bridges that are the shorter bridges. I forget the technical term.
Structures under 20 feet.
The structures under 20 feet. And I have some concern, and we've got some resources, why more of those aren't showing up in our 5-year plan? Because are any of the 2017 ones the under 20 feet ones?
They are not at this time, because I'm waiting to see what the bigger structures come out at. Right now, we have gone, 2 or 3 years ago, we had Banner inspect every structure under 20 feet. And the 11 that they came up with, we have done 6 of them, the 6 worst. There are ones coming up down the line further, but the reason I haven't included them is because there's going to be a balancing act that's going to happen where what is really the ideal project to put in for a grant and which ones are the ones ideally to fund ourselves. If any of those structures under 20 feet are necessary, I would, well, first of all, they won't qualify for a grant, so we're going to have to do that. I think there are none, that's a bad word to say, I don't think there's hardly any other than safety concerns and clear zone concerns that we haven't addressed. The ones that were really not they were derated and less restricted, those are the ones that we've taken care of. And there are some coming up in the future, but that's going to be that balancing act that we're going to have to come up with where, you know, hey, I think we ought to try doing this one ourselves. This one we'll put in for a grant. Another one with these smaller ones, very few of them are derated to a point where, you know, they're so short, they don't get that banging and degradation like the bigger ones do. So I guess to summarize, I'd like to keep the smaller ones as kind of a fill-in, don't forget them, but yet let's address them as need be or as possible. And there might be programs coming up. There's one that has been voiced. The townships are going to try to get money for their structures that we currently help. And so those will be things that we'll factor in too.
You've maybe said this before. When do we get our next inspection results from Banner?
I told them that we want them by the 1st of October. Normally, they're not due till November 1st. And that's when they've got to get them to the state. And I think I explained
Which
that.
ones are they working on right now? The over?
The big area.
The bigger ones.
Over, yeah. That's done every other year. The box culverts are only every 4 years, and the structures under 20 feet are only done as we request.
Okay.
So, the other thing on the way the inspections go, they're doing the inspections to turn into the state DOT. And that's why when you see those sufficiency ratings, the sufficiency rating Banner would give can change when the state, by their criteria, looks at the same structure and they say, sorry, but the federal sufficiency rating should be this. And that's what they're going by. And so they're not doing them, yes, for us, and we get our repairs and all that, but it's mainly that the state knows that these structures throughout the state are being inspected and they're safe.
So what was the sufficiency rating that kicked out our bridge south of White?
It was only 62.5. Has to be less than 60. And the reason was, in my mind, because that went by, they go by the rating of 2014, the last time it was inspected. Now, again, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there could have been ways if we would have derated that bridge further or put the weight restrictions down to less than 40%, boom, it throws your points up enormously. And if you looked at the winners, you can kind of see that that's what they use. Our point total that I did in my empty little head come out to be that we had over 49 points without the sufficiency correct. I mean, it's no doubt in my mind we would have been a front runner if that darn thing would have been less. So again, I mentioned it at the last meeting, if we're going to try to accomplish a goal and we're going to be fixed on that goal, it's going to take some upset people to accomplish that, because when we get our deficiency ratings down, there's still no, or sufficiency ratings, I'm sorry, guarantee that we'll get the grant and whatever, but it's our number one way to get those points up. I think everybody in the state's going to start to go by the point value in figuring out their application more than they're going to go through what the absolute need and how will the public be better served by this going through. Larry touched on it with the old system. It used to be first come, first served. So everybody and their brother's putting in stuff just to make sure they get on the list. Now we got to work a different formula, and we'll get to learn that formula as we go through the process. So does that help?
Was the sufficiency rating known when you applied for the grant, that they were going to weigh that heavily, or?
No, what they said, when you look at the grant application, they got minimum criteria that if you don't meet these criteria, it isn't even worth them looking through. And that was the fault, and again, my fault, because I didn't think they'd go back to 2014. I thought that we could put in a rating, and you couldn't. So now we know.
And Leanne, on that portion of it, I think, we have the ability to add structures if we want to. I mean, we did that a few years back where we added three structures to get them going and stuff too. So if those 5, even though they may not be on that 5-year plan, if we have some funds that we want to take and use, I mean, we can still certainly accelerate ahead.
Right.
But I would fall to Dick's judgment on that. If we're replacing something that still has some useful life, I don't think we want to do that just because we have some. But I think we'll have that decision coming up down the road on these 4 or 5 structures that they're doing preliminary design work on. I'm not sure all of them will be approved, and we have to decide if we want to put our own money to them, if they're that stuff. So,
and if you looked at the award listing, those that put extra money in didn't gain a whole lot of points. You get 1 point for every 5%. I mean, you're farther ahead to derate the bridge than you would be. Maybe I shouldn't say that in a public meeting, but you're far better off to, you throw 20% extra on a $2 million bridge and you only gained 5 points out of 100. So,
all right.
Okay, so should we go on?
Yep.
Now, in 2017, again, these are going by inspections, the mill and overlay of 10 miles of Highway 5, starting at the Volga city limits and then south to the Lake County line. The reason I started at the Volga city limits instead of at Highway 14 is there's that project what we discussed lightly over there in Volga, and I didn't really want to redo the road and then find out they've come up with this plan to reconstruct. So again, that could be changed very easily. Submit the preliminary engineering for this structure, which is 2.7 miles north of Bushnell. This will complete the whole avenue of that Highway 25 to bring everything up to where traffic can go without restrictions. And then we will be submitting the design portion for structure 06. This will be the grant application now in October of 2017 to do those bridges that are river bridges. And then the slurry seal deck rehab of Highway 6, that's the one that was set to be rehabbed this year, and they found more damage than what was anticipated. The state still has a hang-up about that says if your rehab is less than 40% of the cost of a new structure, they think it's worth rehabbing. And so it's going to take some visiting and see if I think this year when they come out, they'll be a little bit clearer on their explanations of what is acceptable and what's not, and we'll approach that at that time. But if that goes. That'll be our next one for rehab that we'll do, and that'll be significant. I mean, they estimate that at over $300 and some thousand just to rehab those ends and the thing. Well, on a 35 or 40-year-old bridge, and it looks fine in the center, but the ends are gone, is it very cost conscious to spend that kind of money instead of replacing it? There any questions on 2017? Now, beyond, like when we go into the budget part of it, in 2017, obviously, that's where we're going to put the nuts and bolts to our idea, and we're going to put a dollar figure to those nuts and bolts, and then we're going to weigh, should we wait a year on such and such, or should we implement it this year? Should we add a project like 213? Should we go about? Now, that doesn't mean that we are going to make it more confusing for the public. We're just going to kind of keep ourselves straight that we're adequately funding what projects we anticipate going through the process. So after 2017, then it would be a good idea to get stuff on board to make sure it's not being forgotten or it's something that we really wanted to do. Another good example would be something, let's say another railroad crossing comes about. Be a very good time to put it down the line and say, hey, don't forget, we got to do that coming up in 2018. So that's where I guess our brainstorming and constructive thought process as a unit will become more valuable is in these future years. Even though we're not etching them permanently, we're still getting a good idea of the path we're going. And that's where the strategic plan and this 5-year plan will start to kind of fall into place, because then let's say somebody down the line approaches, an ex-commissioner approaches and says, how about us taking over and doing another road south of town, Western Avenue. Let's take that and run with it. Then we could say, all right, but we're going to put it in here because we've already made halfways committed to doing some of these other projects. Then that person understands that we're not blowing them off. We're just telling them, we see your point. It's a valid point, but this is when it might fit into our plan. It'll reduce a lot of the, not that it'll eliminate it, but it'll reduce some of the last minute projects coming up where, by golly, if you did this, you can certainly see the value in doing this. Make sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm babbling. I don't know. Just tell me and I'll go a different direction.
I think you're right. I think that's the purpose of our 5-year plan. We have these things set, but we need to make it known that this is a living, breathing document subject to change, if we can. It's all going to depend on the dollars.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you ever come across where, I know we have mill and overlay out 5 years and stuff. I know you kind of have a system. Do you ever come across where, you know what, it's not needed yet? Or the mill and overlay, that county road hasn't received the traffic that it has, and we're actually mill and overlaying something that really doesn't need it? Has that been a concern, or do you want to stay on that systematic change to make sure we have consistency there?
No, what we do is inspect early in the year and determine what will be probably the following year's candidate. Okay. And provided we don't get any winter breakup, that would be the one. Now, only doing 10 miles a year, you're never going to run out of projects that are going to be in need. I don't think we'll ever get to where we're doing things that look just perfectly fine already. The other thing that's going to come into play that is kind of interesting is when you take into account the number of vehicles per day, the type of traffic you're doing, I think you're going to see where we could go with like full depth in place recycling and do ourselves a world of good by rebuilding that primitive so-called base with some good material, spend the same amount of money as we would on a mill and overlay, and get a better finished product for the public. And the traveling can always, or the transport, people using the road can change, but for the most part, you know, some areas are going to stay less traveled and others are going to be busier yet. And 34th Avenue is another good example.
What's it cost to overlay a mile?
This year, it's going to be right around $400 and some thousand. And that's because oil is down so far.
Okay.
And so doing 10 miles, that's right at about $1.25 million at today's prices. Total project costs for the mill and overlay.
You said 400.
It's not 400.
400.
Well, 400, if you wanted to just go in and say, I want this road overlaid from point A to point B, then I don't think it would mount to 400,000. It would be 190 ton a lane mile times what is it, $73 a ton this year, which is $20 a ton less than the other. So I think if you put it together as a project, it would amount to 200,000. I think that's right, or $175,000, because 10 miles is $1.25 million. So yeah, 125,000.
Okay, so we're not 400,000.
No.
Okay.
No.
Looks a little better.
I was thinking if you wanted to go with a full depth, redo everything.
No, I was just thinking what we're budgeting for overlays for 10 miles.
Okay.
What's that cost us? So.
And see, that used to be years ago, you could bid it on the milling part by the ton or by the square yard. Now it's almost universal. You go by the square yard. So that would be a price I could get for you, but I don't have it right here. Any other questions?
Okay, go ahead.
Then in 2018, mill and overlay 7 miles of Highway 5, starting at Volga city limits and then to Highway 6. And then we'd mill and overlay the 4 miles of Highway 8 and start at the interstate bridge and go east to the end of the pavement. That's getting pretty well worn. It's seen its better days. We did some patching. The other thing is this summer the DOT will be doing some decking and work on those overpasses through the Brookings area. And so that's why we're starting after the interstate. We're going to let the state get done with that, and then we'll continue on ours from there. Then submit a preliminary engineering for the structure 250-053, and that's north and east of White. This is when we're getting into remote. These are bridges that have low ratings. They're old, but it's something that to make sure everybody is on board that there's more than just river bridges and whatever. Same way with the second one. In other words, if we get to that point and you don't see the value in it, we either bump them down or we move them. I strictly went by the age of the structure, and I went by what kind of the neighborhood it's in and what use it could possibly see. The only major flaw to that train of thought is that agricultural traffic is changing more and more, and so your little remote bridge sometimes is pretty darn important. So we'll just cross them when we come to it. The construction in 2018, if you notice, those are the ones that we submitted the design for in 2017. So 6, 7, 8, and 9 correlate with 3, or 4, 5, and 6 of the year before, and they go with, I didn't include it in 2016, the preliminary grant ones. And then replace a small box culvert on Highway 77, 1.5 miles north of 38. That's a good example of when these roads were built years ago, the state did a lot of three-sided boxes, and this one is not big enough that we would have to, really budget for, but it'll really cause havoc if it collapses. So we're going to want to address that. Also, when the townships start finding they need help doing these culverts over 16 square feet, in like 2018, I would like to come up with a budget item where it says work done for townships. That would include these smaller box culverts and what would be available to those people for replacing culverts in the township. Because right now, they're responsible for $500 and we pick up the tab for the rest. So, and then replace the small structure. This is number 11 under 2018 on the next page. On Highway 3, and change it out with a double box culvert. That one is the last of the 2011 study that Banner did on short structures that are in need of attention. And that will be the end of it. That one is 19 feet long, so you're going to be looking at roughly, by that time, $200,000, I suppose. But that's one, like Leanne, I didn't want to put them all together and get them all done. They're looking pretty good, but this would be one, and it also will be done before we redo that road. So in a perfect world, when we decide that this is a foundation to go by, when it gets closer to the year and we budgeted, that's when we start using our maintenance money for replacing culverts. We're doing drainage. We're replacing items that need to be done so that we're not disturbing the road after we're done. Then we do the structures, then we do the overlay, and if it's more than that, and the rest is all preventative maintenance, so to speak. So then when we move into 2019, we're going to mill and overlay Highway 5 north of Highway 6 and end at Highway 3 where it'll break to the left or to the west. And then also do the 5 miles of Highway 8 beginning at Highway 81 and going east to Highway 1. That's the one that goes by the mink farm and whatever, and that's getting to where you want to keep an eye on it. Putting preliminary engineering in for the structure on Highway 12. These are those big bridges down south of Brookings, right west of the S curves, that where the diversion channel and the main river is. Those will be 2 that we would want to put in the same time because they're only, a half mile apart. Make it more attractive, but it'll also make it more expensive. And then the preliminary engineering, those 2, submit the big design for the ones for the previous year on 250-053 and 250-059, and then construct the structure 240-123, and that's the one right north of Highway 46. That's the one that that equestrian guy gets limited on. And that should have been in prior years. And then in 2020, we will begin milling and overlaying on Highway 4, beginning at Highway 1, and then going east to Highway 3, and then continue south on Highway 3 to 201st Street. That basically is in the northwest part of the county, and it'll pretty much do everything from Lake County line all the way up to just south of Lake Ponce. Again, if we have other roads going, it'll get switched out. And then mill and overlay the 5 miles of Highway 46 beginning right north of town here on 77 and go east to the end of the pavement. Larry probably wants it to go all the way to 25, but we'll discuss that in 2020. And then the construction of the 2 bridges that are northeast of White and chip seal again. And then in 2021, mill and overlay 9 miles of Highway 7 beginning at 6 and going north to the Hamlin County line. That should give the bridge construction and everything time to get done and out of there. I think that one shows signs that should the bridge construction go well and everything is done, it might want to get bumped up earlier, but we'll wait and see how things look. And then 1.5 miles of Highway 8 beginning at the west side of Interstate 29. 2 years earlier when we did that, we're just going to go from the interstate bridge and go east to Highway 77, or start at Highway 77 and go east to the interstate. And then replace those 2 structures that are on Highway 12. And that pretty well gets us to the 5-year plan. I gave this to you last year, but just to remind the bridge schedule, I was going, if everything was perfect, I'd go on a 50-year span for bridges. That amounts to, with our system, an average of 4.4 bridges per year. On paved roads, going with a 15-year lifespan, and usually if you wanted to keep that, and that's pretty good, it could maybe go up to 20 years if we didn't have the heavy truck traffic. That amounts to 18.3 miles per year, so we're a little bit behind in that if we stay at 10. Gravel roads, we do 50 ton a year, and that's just kind of something that keeps our gravel roads in fairly good shape. By committing that amount every year, we seem to be able to keep up. Chip sealing, a 6-year lifespan, that is the 45.8 miles per year, and we pretty much have been able to accomplish that. So outside of, the paved roads, but again, we're real close. If we keep having good winters, we won't have a problem keeping a good system for the public to use at 10 miles. So other than that, if you have any questions, and I do have the one for, I'm not going to go through that, but the equipment one through 10 years and better too. So whenever we get into our budget stuff or whatever, and then also if there's other projects that come up at these meetings in between, we'll just get them included. We'll have to. Yeah.
I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, but I got 2 questions I need to ask. When you look at number 9 in 2018 and number 7 in 2019, is that bridge going to take 2 years to construct? Is that why it's in there twice?
No. I think the reason it is in there twice is originally when we started upgrading this and looking at the projects, I think it was originally listed in 2019, and when I moved it up to 18, I forgot to eliminate it on 19.
And then when you look at, I just lost track. There's one place where we talk about structure number 4 in 2018. Is that the same thing as number 6 in 2019. I think we have a typo in the error in the description of the structure because they're two different things. They have the same road description, but different.
Right, different numbers.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're right on that. That's a good point. How those numbers come about is 06 is our county, 120 is from the northwest corner of the county. It's 12 miles east, and then when you go, the last one is how much south of that northern border is, and that's 23 and 8/10 miles. So it's clear.
We want to fix the numbers because when
Sure.
we get to DOT, they'll be looking at that.
There's some other ones in there too.
And there were some other ones that were in there twice. There was one other structure that we had in there for 2 consecutive years to construct, but I can't remember which one it was right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get that housekeeping done so that then the next time we want to go through this is budget time to put dollar figures to these, or do we want to make sure that this is
When do you want to do the
updated?
public, I guess when do you want to do the public hearing?
I myself would like to see a plan before we schedule it for, that's got everything how we want it before we do our public hearing. Well, I think we can budget and do our public hearing after budget, that myself. I don't think that makes a difference, because if somebody came in and said, we really would like this bridge instead of this bridge, we're maybe not going to make that change for the upcoming year anyway in our budget, but that's just my thoughts on it. But I would like to see a plan before we publish it in the newspaper.
Mm-hmm. But we definitely got to change the numbers here, because it starts actually back in 2017 at number 6, that bridge 123, number 6 there. And construction's down there at number 9 in 2018, but it gets, in 2018, number 5, that's got to be a different number. I don't know what bridge we're talking about there.
right?
And then that's got to be transferred.
Mm-hmm.
That new number needs to be transferred to the next.
Yeah, the other thing that would help, if there's any of them that you know of that you think should be positioned differently, we could do that at this time too. I mean, that's fine.
Well, I think
we're gonna take your
Banner's
lead.
giving recommendation on priority wise and which ones should be
Mm-hmm.
forward. I mean,
Okay.
and we realize the ones that are on blacktop roads take priority over the ones that are on the gravel roads.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's simple, but
Okay.
I know there's just like Leanne said, there's a few errors in here, but I mean, it's can be cleared up. Like, I don't know how descriptive they want to get at the state level, but like on your number 8 in 2016,
Well, see, yeah.
I'm sure this is the bridge just west of the school.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now-
It's 4.5 miles instead of 2.5. I mean, that's just some small stuff I don't think is going to matter, but.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, when we send the 5-year plan to the state, we won't include this 2016 summary. You go from 2017 on. So that's why if we got anything, I got to get my ducks in a row on that. We want to do it on those.
Okay, so we're basically looking at some typos kind of here, with that one structure, housekeeping type of thing. So
Yep.
what are we looking at, Stacy, for the next opportunity? If we got this out to us next week with all the changes and we looked at it and said, have any issues, do we want to go ahead and do that, or do we want to wait for another full meeting to discuss it and then do it again?
We don't meet again until June 9th. So we have probably about a 3.5 week break here. So
let me ask you this then.
otherwise, then we'd look at, there's June 21st.
And budgeting is going to start the 14th?
Budgeting starts the 14th, continues on the 21st, and then we have a another date set aside, July 19th, if needed, to work on it then again too, budgets.
So my question is if we get the housekeeping things taken care of and get it to everybody and give the okay, is a public hearing on the 9th too quick, or is it something we should have done before our budgeting? And I guess that's, I'd like to have discussion on that, because if we wait till the 9th and the changes are fine, we've just basically taken another 3 weeks and then going to wait till the 21st to approve it when we probably could have approved it on the 9th.
But we don't need it until October.
I understand, but I think what we were trying to figure out with budgeting and different stuff like that, the sooner the better. Thoughts?
Well, if we have it before us, if we have it in front of us and it's corrected, why wouldn't we have? I think we could go ahead and do the public hearing.
'Cause I mean, I don't see in the public hearing where, unless we've grossly overlooked something, that it's gonna change.
Right.
I agree.
I mean,
Well,
And it's always subject to change anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay.
So what, why not go ahead and get it done?
Let's go with that then. Make the housekeeping changes, you can get that to us, and then public hearing on the 9th.
And if I miss something or whatever, just email me and I'll.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the 5-year highway bridge improvement plan?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Number 9 on the agenda, Commission Department Director Report.
Where is it? We've kind of talked about that, but I did include the notice of awards, or just the status application for the bridge south of White in my packet from DOT. Those other ones I did find, the preliminary grant awards were part of my staff report back on March 22nd. So those would be in that packet. You want to look back on them. Kind of touched base on this during the drug court program, but there are a couple of doors that the courts are asking us to put in over at the courthouse for security reasons now with the change with the drug court program starting July 1st. Not sure that we're going to get them done by July 1st. Jenny Hamrick and I are working together. She's working on trying to get someone in to get her some quotes to do this, and she's having a heck of a time getting hold of anybody, much less getting them to come in and even look at the project right now. But the one door was described. It's where the current state's attorney's office and Jerry Johnson's office is located up on the 3rd floor. And then it would be to the west of their current offices. They would like a door put in there that would, and then added to the door lock system too, before you reach the judge's offices. That's where the first door is. The second door is down on 2nd floor. It was the former Veteran Service Office, if you remember where Lionel's office was in the new elevator addition over on that east end. Right now, it's the law clerk has her office in there, and then there's also an attorney-client meeting room in that space. So like the law clerk is where Lionel's personal office was, and then the meeting space is where Irene sat. Both of those doors to those individual offices have the capability to lock. They want to add another door. There isn't a door to access. There's kind of a little foyer almost, so to speak, before you go into either of those offices, and there's no door there. So what they would like is a door locked that has the capability to lock there, before you reach the internal offices. Now, this one I'm kind of questioning. I think Judge Stoltenberg would like it because I think that what they want to do is have those doors when they are there. They want them to keep at least that exterior door locked at all times when they're there for safety purposes. So right now they like to keep their doors open because it's a kind of an enclosed space. And I think eventually the court reporter, the new court reporter, where Jerry Johnson's office is getting taken over by the drug court system, they're going to move down to the state's attorney, or the meeting, the attorney-client meeting room. That's going to be used by the new court reporter. So those two offices will have the new court reporter and the law clerk, if that makes sense, to where those doors are.
Well, I'm all for providing security, but sometimes we've got doors for doors, and maybe another door for that door. And but I guess I'd look at the Sheriff Abby and maybe Leanne, who's been through that courthouse, and yourself. If it's necessary for proper security, I'm for it. But you know, how many doors do we need for doors? Not being there.
I don't quite understand that second door, but I think we need quotes first before we can make a decision, yes or no.
And like I said, you know, Jenny and I went over there yesterday because I wanted to personally see exactly what they were talking about, so I could, you know, you can kind of picture it in your mind's eye, but I needed to walk over there physically and look at it and see what we're looking at. The doors themselves are still there down in the basement, so it would just be a matter of framing them back in and maybe sizing them a little differently now to fit the space a little bit, you know, because I think some of that space with the remodel was changed. The interior door with, you know, with that would block off where the judge's offices are is a very wide space, so that really would need some framing up. The other one is a much smaller space, and I don't know if the door that we have would fit that space anymore, because due with the remodel, they added some wall finish. But like I said, you know, Jenny's working on getting some quotes. You know, I told her when you meet again, so she's gonna try to get some. It's just a kind of a bad time of year to try to get anybody to come in and do that kind of thing. So, if you want, you know, I can sure go over and show you, or, you know, John or even Jenny could show you too, but we can sure do that sometime if, you know, just let me know and I can walk you over there and show you what's going on too. So that being said, having conversation with Jenny Hamrick yesterday, once the drug court comes in starting July 1st and those offices are now going to be utilized where these people are going to be, there is no future space left in that courthouse for anyone. I mean, all available office space is going to be utilized at that point. So we wanted to put that bug in your ear as well, that they, you know, they're okay once, but any future expansion of any type of programming or even current staff needs, they're going to need, you know, the space just isn't there anymore. It's being all taken up now. So
and the state's attorney is losing our office over there.
Yes.
So just want to point out, we're taking one for the team.
So what are you, I mean, that office got used a lot. Is it not being used any longer?
Our state's attorney's office?
Yes.
No, I mean, we just weren't really given an option. So we are going with the team.
And the attorney-client meeting space, that office will be used by the new court reporter. That space will be gone too, and there is no replacing it with a space. So,
and I'll just say this for everybody, you probably know that. That's problematic because an attorney and their client can't really stand out in the hall and talk because it's all on video over at Marty's office.
The one thing Judge Stoltenberg did state is the area that's the current law library, that room that goes kind of back into chambers, back into our offices.
Where that computer is.
Yeah, where the computer is. So that's going to be modified to like a conference room, which the drug court personnel will be using, but Judge Stoltenberg said that like our office could possibly use that if it wasn't used when we need to prep witnesses, and I don't know if that would be true for defense attorneys as well, or where they would go, but
Does that have a door on the north side of that room?
yeah, that's locked
Yes.
both ways.
It locks from both the hallway and then into where those current offices are too. There's that space. I think they're going to move the law library computer, I think, down to clerk's
Right.
office in that space, so that it's a little more readily accessible down there.
Where they have the Odyssey computer, they're just going to put it in the same room?
Yeah. Right now, that space isn't being used by anyone, so it should be used, but we'll see.
So
That's discussion
food for
for the
thought.
future.
So
I don't
as
feel
soon
like
as
adding
we
on to the courthouse right now.
we once we get quotes, I will bring those to you. And Jenny said she's more than happy to come in and visit with you as well if you need her here. If you want to go over and take a look at it, let me know. I've had this conversation with Ryan. The post office is installing all new boxes, which led them to discover that the post office box, their box that's located over at the courthouse to the west of the courthouse, between the courthouse and the library, is not secure. It's just sitting on the ground right now. And it has been for quite a while. That box has been there for as long as I can remember. What they would like as they're replacing boxes is to permanently affix the box to the ground. And I initially, when I was visiting with Craig at the post office, he said, well, we could just put it right onto the side on the courthouse sidewalk. And I said, no, do it with snow removal. And no, that would be a nightmare. We need it off, the side. It probably wouldn't take much to put in a little concrete there so that they could install their box. That being said, whose responsibility is that to do that? If they're looking for permission to put it on our property, we can sure give them that. It's been there for as long, like I said, as long as I can remember. I had the conversation with our department heads at our meeting last week. The county really does not utilize that box anymore now that we have qualified pre-sort. The mail stays right up, in our office until it goes out, and they pick it up directly. Or if there is something that needs to go out, a lot of times people will just take it to the post office anyway, take it to those drop boxes or take it in. Again, the courthouse offices may still use that box some. I don't know what their usage is.
Is it sitting on a slab now?
No, it is
It's
sitting on the
just
ground.
on the ground.
It's not secure. They got it.
I understand it's not secure, but I just wondered if it was, well,
Could you ask Jenny if anybody at the courthouse is using that? I don't think that mailbox gets used. Did the post office have an idea how much mail is in that box?
And that's what he said too. That if Sioux Falls, if the Sioux Falls people take a look at it and look at the mail count coming out of there, they just might remove it altogether.
Because if the courthouse, I don't think the courthouse is using it, but I could be wrong. Things
And
have
I can
changed.
touch base with both Jenny and even Anna with clerk of courts. I mean, those are probably your two main offices, and maybe the probation. I could check with maybe Molly too, and just send out a feeler email and see how much they use it. If they don't, I can say you can either decide to put some concrete in and secure it yourselves, or you can take it, or you can do whatever you want.
well, we can certainly give them permission to put the concrete in, but I don't feel like we need to put the concrete in.
No, I mean, I don't think it would be much work, quite honestly, to do it, but, a bag and some man hours, probably John or Aaron could probably handle it, but I don't know that that's our responsibility in the first place.
I think, I agree. We check and see how much mail goes in there.
Okay, and if they say none, then I will have that conversation. If they say they absolutely need it and want it to remain
Tell
there,
the post office they can sure put a slab in.
then I will tell them that. Okay.
I guess if as a business person, if I was using it, what's a little concrete? If I was using it and the public was using it, I'd probably do it because I want the convenience of my customers. But if the public's not using it, we're not using it.
And we're block and a quarter from the post office.
I'd say
Yeah.
just get rid of it. But
Okay. I will continue to work on that. Let's see here. I think there's just some other highway information. The general fund surplus history was in my report. The Armed Forces Day, but that was already this past Saturday. The next big thing is the Conservation District. I sent an email that I received from Joan at the Conservation District out on your desks out in front of you this morning. They would like to set up a tour yet this week or early next week. So for as many of you as possible to go on a tree planting tour. They're going to be wrapping up their tree planting here in the next couple weeks. And they would like to set up a tour time to take you around. They've done that. I think you've gone on some different tours with them in the past. And so they're looking at setting up a date and time. And Joan had suggested either yet this week or early next week. So I know tomorrow some of you have that USDA meeting and some are going to 8 County over in Clark. Thursday morning is the FEMA course. I don't know how, I'm not sure many of you are attending that. Friday, but it's a Friday. I don't know if you're interested in doing anything on a Friday. Look at next week. There's Monday, Tuesday, I know is the cybersecurity, the FEMA cybersecurity. For those of you who are attending that's that in the morning. And then Wednesday, Thursday gets into active shooter training for those of you attending that. It's a busy time right now. So, but, I could, Thursday afternoon this week, Monday next week, maybe Tuesday afternoon next week. Is anything,
what was the 23rd?
The 23rd is Monday. I have something going on that I have, but I don't have anything as far as meetings for everybody else going on.
That's the one day that works for me.
That works for me also.
What's that?
23rd.
Probably be the only day that worked for me. 'Cause I go on vacation that Tuesday following for 7.
Okay.
I'm gone all afternoon. It depends on when they schedule.
Monday morning.
Possibly.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe. You don't know. Okay.
I don't know till Sunday.
When you talk to them, would you find out how long it would last? That would make a difference for me.
Yeah. I will reach out to her yet today and see if I can't get something back to you. I'll email all of you, so kind of keep your eyes open for that, and I will try to get something set up for Monday morning. Other than that, I don't think I have anything unless you have any questions for me.
I have a very brief report. Almost everything I've done the last 2 weeks had to do with planning and zoning.
Oh, yeah, we're not done. I thought
I'm
you
sorry,
had a
you
question.
looked at me and I started.
No,
okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
Abby.
Deputy State's Attorney.
Oh, I don't have much anyway. Thanks for letting us do the drug court presentation. Let me know if you have any questions or if anybody in the public approaches you about that. The only comment I wanted to make is last Saturday I attended the National Guard open house at the Armory, and I don't know if anybody else was able to get to that, but I think they were really hoping for government officials to attend. I saw a few of the city councilors there, and I had to leave early because my 5-month-old had a meltdown in the mobile command center, but it was very interesting, and I encourage them to just keep doing that for years to come. I think they want to do that. They want the public to know what capabilities they have there at the Armory, what the staff there, the Guard staff that is employed there full-time is doing. And they had a mobile command center set up. They had a Humvee that you could take rides in. I think they had some weaponry set up. It was a very, very interesting, and I would just encourage anybody to attend. I think they are going to continue to do that in the future, and I think they'd like government entities and their local government officials to have a good understanding of that as well. So really good event, and I think they'll continue to do it.
Was that something we were all invited to?
I got an email. I don't know if it went through the chamber's email or what, but it said it was kind of directed to government employees and officials, and you could RSVP to it.
Well, I guess I would suggest to them that if they want government officials, we need to to have that invitation come to Stacy, and then she forwards that, you know, and from that I make my decisions as to where.
It might have gone through the chamber email. I'm not sure how I got on the email list, but.
No, I don't
Okay.
think we had an invitation. So I think they might stand a better chance of having government officials, especially us, if it came to Stacy as an invitation to us.
Okay, and I will give them that information going forward. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right. Now you
Sorry.
go. Yeah, that's no problem.
Anyway, most of what I've done the last 2 weeks has to do with planning and zoning. We had our meeting on May 3rd. And then I'm on the Lake Subcommittee. And I talked to people at Lake Campbell at their meeting on Sunday about that. Got some ideas from people. I've been trying to invite some public input as I'm going about doing that. I did have a meeting with the City Comprehensive Master Plan Advisory Group. We're going to get to the joint jurisdiction stuff. And then the last thing I've got, in case anybody ever reads the Mitchell paper, it said in the Mitchell paper yesterday that after skipping the last 2 meetings due to a lack of agenda items, the county commission will be meeting.
Oh my gosh.
We'll be having a meeting to discuss their liquor licenses. I loved it.
Oh, jeez.
That's all I have to say.
All right. Larry?
Well, I did receive a phone call yesterday from Terry Knutson, Ag First. He was a big thank you to Commission and the Highway Department for moving forward with the bridge south of White. He says being he was the major complainer up there, he wants to say thank you. Also last night, Beta had a meeting with the big events happening on campus with the new facilities up there. Open up conversation with SDSU athletics, providing services for events. Some numbers thrown out. The Safe Ride program Beta provides for campus. They 20,000 rides last year. The 6 football games they provided, they weren't contracted with the state. They just did it on their own. With the 6 games last year, they provided 6,600 rides to people on or near campus. They're trying to accelerate their program and work it more visible on campus. 3 of the buses we helped out with last year are being delivered today. Their matching funds for the 3 buses was $38,000. So, and they're working on their budget. I think they've turned it into the county for this year's request and also to the city. So, but it's they're doing well. That's all I had.
On May 10th, I went up to Watertown and I attended the site analysis meeting at the First District building, and it was really an informative meeting. Ben Stout with the Department of Ag was there, and Todd recapped the site analysis program that had been taking place, and then he and Ben gave an overview of the Department of Ag's website. And Bob has access to that. And then each county did present-day discussion, what had been done and what was going to be done by each county that was involved. And I was at a little bit of a disadvantage because I wasn't exactly sure what all was taking place here. But it was very informative, and they showed how to use the website. And I think that we probably should all be versed by Bob as to how to use the website. And there's a lot of information on there that we can use in the future if we have feeding operations or any of those types of things coming in. And so we're kind of at where we go from here. And I don't know if there will be another meeting or not. They didn't really say, but
We plan on having a local meeting,
okay.
and we'll invite all the commissioners when the Department of Ag will come over, and Todd will probably come down.
Okay. It was informative, and it was a good meeting.
Okay, well.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt
No
you.
problem.
I forgot then that same evening, then I had a weed board meeting, and that's where we discussed the DOT contract, computers in the trucks, some budgeting, and then the possibility of mosquito spraying. And that's all I have. I'm sorry.
Okay, any meeting that would concern you guys has been postponed to next week, so I got a busy week, and I went to a bunch of social gatherings that wouldn't have anything to do, any decisions. But I do have a question while I use my time. Permitted weights, permission for the wind towers, weights and overlength? You do weights, and is it for roads, and is it for bridges?
Both.
In a normal year, we do probably $9,000+ worth of permits every year for
overweights,
oversize, overweight.
Well, it just got me thinking. Well, how can you tell these guys from White they can't use a bridge when we're going to have a bunch of wind towers put up in the same area?
They won't. They
be
won't
able
use
to.
it. Nobody can.
You have to use alternate routes, and it was a major deal getting up northeast of White when they did the wind farm up there.
Because what's the permit allow you to do?
The permit, well, the state regulates how long you can be, how wide you can be.
The weight part, I guess, is what.
Well, the weight is so much per axle, per square inch of pressure you're putting on the road surface.
Okay, but on a bridge, if it's you can't get a permit to go over a bridge that's
You can if you as a board say we allow that.
Otherwise, we direct
I'm just saying, I'm concerned about safety, but in a perfect world, I want the last truck to go over that thing and have it collapse. But
there was actually a culvert put in south of Basin up there just to facilitate a couple of large loads, and that was, they participated and paid for a major
typically
part of it.
I just wanted to be able to, if I was ever how come we allow that when we don't allow? Okay.
No, we reroute the vehicles, and sometimes they got to go 3 or 4 miles out of the way just because we don't have a bridge available for them to cross. And they know that. We monitor that quite heavily.
Anything else? All right. I don't have much on my report. I did hear back, though, and just want to give everybody a heads up. I had mentioned before that there was a grant that our East Central Board of Realtors had applied for from the National Association of Realtors called Smart Growth Grant, and we did receive that. And so they will be contacting you, Bob, Leanne, I talked about because you're on the zoning. Stacy, you get in touch too. There'll be an employee coming into town on June. Let me get here. I think 26th and 27th, and we'll be contacting to have 27th and 28th. Excuse me, right around that range there, right before 4th of July that week. Contacting to have an interview, 30 to 45-minute interview. That she's going to be working on housing, infrastructure, and then smart growth. And so we'll be talking to the county. They'll talk to the city. We're working on going to contact BMU. We'll talk to school, SDSU, and hopefully she'll come in. She'll get a tour of the community, the county. She already has our county comprehensive plan and our construction plan, 5-year stuff. So all the stuff that's on there, she's already working on. And then we'll have interviews with stakeholders. And then in July, they'll put together kind of a recommendation and a synopsis of things we have going, things we are lacking, and some ideas of what we can improve on through that. So
does that include the small towns, sir?
Yes. Well, we're going to be giving tours. Aurora, Volga, White,
Elkton,
yeah, of the group of everybody. When she comes in, we got about a 4 or 5 hour tour for her in the morning when she gets in here, which will help encompass all of the county, and then that type of thing. And then she'll do the interviews, and hopefully we're thinking a day and a half for those interviews. So, we just didn't figure that we had to do all the county commissioners or all the city councilors or all the zoning board or that kind of thing, but mainly people that have expertise in both those to get that information. So that'll be coming in, and then hopefully in July she'll have a presentation that everybody will be invited to and so everybody can sit and hear what she has to say and use that information. So just wanted to let everybody know that, and that we did get that grant, and we'll be coming forward, and hopefully it'll be a good project. So if you have questions on that. So otherwise, I am gone on vacation next Tuesday, the 24th. I'll be gone and back in Memorial Day. So I don't know if
Larry's in charge.
Larry's in charge. Yep. So
phone call away.
Okay. Anything else?
You need a motion for executive session?
I would need that. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for executive session, South Dakota Codified Law 1-25-2, Section 4, contract negotiations.
Second. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, thank you.